Dear friends of the future, dear AI community, many challenges are lying ahead of us. From the terrible war in Ukraine, combined with the corresponding uncertainty of energy supply, to the overall climate and health crisis. For me, the key issue to tackle the problems at hand lies in the facilitation of innovation. Innovation is the key. Just recently, we have introduced a very special tool, a new tool that could help us all in our common enterprise. I recommend looking into our brand new Innovation Map, a foresight tool covering the most relevant technologies until 2035. It offers a fantastic and unique deep dive opportunity. For this tool, we worked with many high-level international partners, from the MIT to the Imperial College or to our very own AAIC Austria. Along the conference, you will get further details about this map anyway. Obviously, many of these new technologies are AI-driven, because today it is not a question of whether or not to use artificial intelligence, but only of how and where to start. The new buzzword in this context, emotional AI. As you all know, we are talking about systems that could recognize, predict, and respond to human emotions. Thanks to this technological breakthrough, chatbots, for example, are experiencing a renaissance. Their reactions become so human that they are almost indistinguishable from a real human being. And yes, of course, we all know that this technology comes with positive and negative scenarios as well. Today, though, we want to focus on the potential and the benefits for your very own company or project. We want to help you shape your business more successfully. By presenting the latest trends and solutions, you will certainly get the big picture of what's going on in the world of AI. With that, I wish you an insightful exchange, an exciting outlook into the future.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear AI community, nobody knows exactly what the future might bring for us, but what is totally clear is that artificial intelligence as technology will be not a nice to have, but a must have. And what is clear as well, we are not talking about the future. We are talking about everyday's life of you and me, no matter if I talk with Alexa or Siri, or I open up my smartphone with facial recognition. AI has a lot to offer, and for me, it's always easier if I can envision the future and what this potential might be. This is exactly what I did in Tallinn a couple of weeks ago, where there is a test bed with autonomous delivery robots that bring your food from the supermarket to your home. And this grasping of artificial intelligence is key, because what is clear is that we have an enormous potential of business productivity and efficiency. But what is clear as well is that more than 70% do not know when they use technology that this technology features AI as well. And this is what we want to do with you today, because then maybe in the future I do not need to think about what message do I deliver to you. Maybe artificial intelligence can solve this for me autonomously as well. So come with us to the artificial intelligence journey, what the future might look like, what tools you might use in your business, and of course, matchmaking with B2B, as you always have and you already know. So get inspired, enjoy artificial intelligence and the potential for your business, and enjoy the day with us.
Hello, everybody, and a very warm welcome to our participants nationally and internationally, to the AI community, and everybody else interested in AI, in marketing, sales, and business intelligence. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to the Applied AI Conference and be your host. My name is Jeanette Gorzala, and I am CLO of AI Austria. We are hosting this Applied AI conference in sales, marketing, and BI together with AI Austria, Advantage Austria, which is a part of the Austrian Economic Chamber, and the European Business Enterprise Network. It is my great pleasure that we organized a fully packed day of inspiring keynotes with interesting companies, marketing experts, and provide large networking and inspiring opportunities. To guide you through today's program, it will be my pleasure to introduce Clemens Wasner from AAIC Austria and chairman of AI Austria. Hello, Clemens. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. And there she goes. Yeah, welcome to our international audience. Also, thanks for the nice introduction words. Before we start with the main program, I would like to give you a little bit of a, let's say, to set expectations, what's in it for you on day number 1 and 2. On the first day, we put the focus mostly on very large companies which are applying AI, either internally for their tools, like think of names like Adobe, for example, plus very large service companies which are at the intersection of technology, creative, and marketing and sales. So like Accenture, think of Emakina, and so on. I would also like to give you a preview of what to expect on day number 2. On day number 2, we shift the focus on mostly startups, both national, European, and international. Here you will see what is currently possible. You heard already in the introduction words, for example, emotional intelligence. How does it work to get out or to trace emotional intelligence in a customer interaction via a service bot? Or to coming from the other side, how can AI be applied in the creative industries, even to the extent that you create virtual anchor persons? But yeah, don't worry, I'm still real. But tomorrow you will really see a startup where you just enter the text, and what you see as the end result is the is a virtual anchor person. What else? Besides the keynotes, which today will end around 3 p.m. Central European Summertime, we have 3 workshops planned in the afternoon. So one of them is from the Enterprise Europe Network. It's like how to raise international funding. We have a second one, which has a focus on the creative application of XR and AI, which is also hosted by our friends from the Advantage Austria. And last but not least, there's a third one from an Austrian startup. The name is Deep Opinion. Here you will get the deep dive what is currently possible by using natural language processing technologies. This goes from the direction of a chatbot to customer interaction analysis up to content creation. Maybe just a few words before I leave the stage. Why did we choose AI in marketing, business intelligence, and sales this year for the topic? It was quite a revelation in the preparation meetings, because we were thinking the current AI hype was actually started by marketing and sales companies, or more specifically companies which are selling advertisement. If you think of the Googles, the Facebooks, now called Meta of the world, at the core of their business model, they are advertising companies. They're just using AI to make this even more efficient. And so it was just natural for us that now, doing this for the 5th time as an annual event, to finally put the spotlight on how can, let's say, SMEs or normal non-tech corporations use artificial intelligence for business intelligence, marketing, and sales. And with since this event is, let's say, not just about giving you the best keynotes and the best content, we also have, as you might have noticed, a very strong focus on B2B networking. And for this, with me on the stage, I would like to welcome Iris Malowitz from the Enterprise Europe Network, who will run you through how does the B2B networking platform start and how you avoid that you do not miss your meetings. So see you in a second, and the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Clemens, for this very warm welcome. I'm probably the only person today that is not an expert in artificial intelligence, but I am an expert in speed dating, business speed dating to be exact. So what does this mean? We need you to be ready for the B2B meetings tomorrow. So the Enterprise Europe Network Austria wants you to get really good business partnerships out of tomorrow. We start at 7 a.m. in the morning, so that our friends from Asia can join you, can join us. And we finish at 8 p.m. at night, so that our friends from the American continent can join you in this unique conference and in your B2B meetings. Now, what exactly does this mean, being ready for tomorrow? Make sure your profile is convincing. So your opposite partner talking to you tomorrow, when you're in your B2 Match app on your profile and you click on meetings, they know what you offer or what you're looking for. And then, please, please, please accept your pending B2B meetings. Nothing worse than being left alone in the dark, not knowing what's happening. And it's also, you're not being rude, but you're saving a lot of people a lot of time. So accept or decline, and then the meetings go ahead and happen. And then, guess what? Please be on time. We really ask you to do that. Transfer your B2B meetings into your Outlook calendar so you can be, you can make sure that you will not miss a single meeting. Be on time, nothing left than being left alone at speed dating sessions. And then, enjoy your meetings, be successful. Do let us know if you have a positive outcome of your business speed dating tomorrow. We would love to hear a success story, and enjoy. And now, for me, it's time to yield the floor to Jeanette.
Thank you very much, Iris. Thank you very much, Clemens, for your warm welcoming words and also a call to action from my side. Please use the networking opportunities and make the most of your day. As Clemens already mentioned, AI in marketing is no future scenario. It's also not a hype. It's part of everyday marketing life. All the marketers and salespersons know they need to navigate around search engine optimization or work with algorithms of social platforms, so the Instagrams, the Facebooks of today. Not even talking about big data and all those other things that play into marketing and data-driven communities. So what we expect from today is to deep dive beyond the obvious and discover how AI is really impacting and influencing marketing and sales to the next level and to foster innovation. So thank you very much. Stay with us. And now we will start with our keynote program and all the workshops that await you in the afternoon. Thank you and see you soon.
Great, and we're back. So, Jeanette, who is the first keynote speaker of today?
It is our great pleasure to introduce Dennis J. Poulsen from Valuer.ai. Valuer.ai is a company that maps business innovation, but Dennis will be telling us much, much more about himself and Valuer as a platform for business intelligence.
Yeah, maybe one comment. As you might have noticed, the title of the entire event or the theme is AI in marketing, sales, and BI. It's quite easy to find lots of companies doing AI in marketing. With AI in sales, it's even easier because it's just natural. If you do AI sales, your sales process is very good. When it comes to BI, it was surprisingly difficult to find companies which are still around. First of all, because many of them started, very few of them survived. And even fewer of them are at the scale that you can present them at the international conference. So it was for us, it's a very special pleasure that this is even a European company. It's a company that IPO'd last year. It's from Denmark, is quite large. It is by European AI startup standards. It's a giant, and we're really looking forward what Dennis will present us now, how, first of all, the story of his company, and second of all, how they're applying AI for business intelligence from market reports to trend parameters and so on. So with us on the stage, we now welcome Dennis.
Thank you so much, Clemens. Am I coming through?
Yes, loud and clear. Good morning. Can you hear us?
I can hear you loud and clearly. Good morning to you as well.
Excellent. So yeah, Dennis, before we hand over the stage to you, and we will later meet in the Q&A again, maybe a couple of words from your side. From where are you tuning in?
I'm currently in Copenhagen at our headquarters. Yeah, it's rainy and gloomy outside. I'm just across the Russian embassy, and yeah, loving the start of the day and looking forward to this presentation.
Excellent, thank you. So we will now switch over in the streaming full screen to you. The two of us will meet, or the three of us will meet later in the Q&A session. This is maybe also like one last call for the audience. Please use Slido. If you have any questions to Dennis, just type them into Slido. You can also see this in the ticker at the lower end. So we can later pick them up and ask them to Dennis. So without further ado, the stage is yours, Dennis, and see you in around 20 to 30 minutes. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much again, Clemens and Jeanette. I just wanted to start out by doing what we always have to do, which is to thank all of the players in the ecosystems for organizing events like this. I am always very appreciative of being given the chance to come up and speak, whether we are online or physical or hybrid or whatever we are. So I just wanted to give a shout out to Clemens, Matthias, and Jeanette from AI Austria that you guys have now met here, as well as Michael Otter and Alexandra from Advantage Austria. And I also want to mention Navid from Network Development Hub, who connected me to Clemens and created this opportunity. So with that aside, I'd like to start my presentation here. And if I can just get to my screen. Yeah, so as Clemens said in the intro here, I am giving a speak about AI and business intelligence. So as you guys know, AI is a lot of things and business intelligence is a lot of things as well. So what I'll do in my presentation is I'll try and zoom in on the way that Valuer as a platform applies artificial intelligence to basically narrow down the many business opportunities you may find on the global market as a company looking for new business opportunities. That could be investments, innovations, new partnership opportunities, vendors, etc. So this is the focus I will specifically have in my presentation here. Just a little bit about Valuer. So thank you for the kind words before, Clemens. We founded the company in 2017. A small group of co-founders came together to build essentially what is today an AI-driven search engine that is connecting supply and demand of business opportunities. So the idea is you have so many innovative companies and businesses out there that have so much to offer. You have so many companies and business professionals out there that are looking for these interesting companies. And we wanted to find a magic way of connecting those two parties to make it much more simple and much faster to come together and build brilliant businesses. So we have found a way to use AI to do just that, and we'll take a look at that a bit later on in the presentation here. So we are, as Clemens said, we are quite a large company. We are based around the world, locations in Copenhagen, where I am right now. We have offices in Belgrade and Skopje and London, and we also based out in Singapore for the Southeast Asian market. My title is Chief Growth Officer. I was actually the CEO from the beginning of the company until just a few months back, where we made the decision to get a more to start looking for a more experienced CEO to lead a larger company like Valuer. I'm focused now on all our business growth opportunities. So looking at all aspects of new customer engagements and driving the platform in the right direction. If you look at the Valuer platform as such, we are currently surveilling more than 600,000 companies. And when I say surveilling, it means we go out and mine and source data on these companies to make sure that we have a lot of semantic data on the company. So we are not that interested in numbers and pie charts and all of those things. We're interested in the semantic side of the companies. So being able to describe what these companies do. So we try and harness and mine as much information as we possibly can on these companies to understand them from a semantic perspective. 21 million data points that we index every day, creating more than 100,000 relationships in between these companies. We are fully agnostic as a platform. So when business professionals come onto the Valuer platform and start looking for interesting companies that they can work with, we give them access to basically every industry, every sector out there. So we are not, as such, as individuals, experts in anything, on the market. We let the AI be the expert of that. So this is just a number of the companies that we have worked with over time. So as you can see, there are quite some big names up here, and this is definitely a testimony to the fact that AI is now being deployed at the big firms to venture into business intelligence more intelligently. And as Clemens said, we listed on the Nasdaq stock exchange last year, which was a new beginning for us in a way. So very, very excited about that. And we are looking forward to the future and all of the successes that we will see. So back to the AI and business intelligence perspective. If we think of AI as a tool and kind of rewind time in humanity, I guess, we humans have been deploying tools for a very long time. So AI can be viewed as just another tool, as a new generation tool within business intelligence. So before AI, we have used other things to gather business intelligence from the world. One of the latest big sectors that have been going for this has been, of course, big data and analytics. So AI is a different methodology, and I'll try to see if I can explain what the difference is. But I actually wanted to take a crazy abstract angle on this part about humans deploying tools, because what is it? Why is it in fact that we are using tools as we are? Well, Merleau-Ponty, who is a French philosopher, he argued that the blind man uses his stick to actually perceive, understand, and act with the world around him. So the stick over time actually becomes non-existent, non-apparent for the blind man, because it just becomes an extension of the blind man's body and mind. And I think this is a really interesting perspective on this, and to view it in contrast of AI, because AI is also now being used to basically extend humans' perspective, our understanding about the world, and allow us to navigate within the world at a more secure and fast pace. So this I wanted to take this this perspective on that, because it's kind of giving us a good perspective on it. Now, when every time when people need to show AI and explain what it is that they do, they always end up in a bit of a problem, because it's really hard to demonstrate. So what I have done here is that I've taken forward a video that I'd like to show you, that shows you one of the use cases of the application of AI within the Valuer platform. So I'm just hoping that this is going to play. When I press play here. Yeah. So what we are currently seeing on the screen is how we use clustering to gather business intelligence on startups on the Valuer platform. I'm just going to start it again here. So on the screen, we are looking at an unsupervised learning model where we have clustered up companies based on how similar they are to each other. This particular algorithm we use here is called k-means clustering. So each dimension on this cluster is an interpretation of the text in the company descriptions by using an NLP algorithm, which we have trained based on our search methodology. Now, the cluster visualization that we're looking at here is based on 1,000 startups. Their color shows the group that they have been categorized as and belong to, and their position is relative to other startups show how similar they are specifically in their product offering and business model. The cluster also shows the relationship between groups and can identify overall trends within the startup ecosystem. So I'm just going to pause it here as the video will run out before I have completed my explanation. So the process of clustering and positioning the startups in a virtual space is done through the Valuer platform on a multi-dimensional space. And this is very important, and also as a distinction from what you're doing with big data and analytics tools to what you can actually do with AI tools. It's just an example, and the visualization here has been simplified in terms of the number of startups and dimensions shown. It's naturally much more complex within the Valuer platform. So in this particular clustering algorithm, we use distant measures to determine the similarity of or dissimilarity as well between any pair of the data points in the cluster. And a valid distant measure should be symmetric and obtain the minimum value in case of an identical data points. So by computing the distance or dissimilarity between each pair of observations, a dissimilarity or distance matrix is obtained. I'm just going to press start on it again here. Yeah. So in this specific example, and I believe this is actually a cluster of health tech companies and impact companies. We are unveiling patterns on a micro level, meaning what we are seeing here can unveil the individual companies that are similar. And furthermore, the clustering process can unveil patterns on a macro level, highlighting the relationship between groups, which suggest trends within the cluster and which then identify outliers or unknowns that the user wasn't aware of before. So this is again one of the things that are different between big data analytics and AI, because in this case, we can actually use a clustering process and natural language processing to essentially identify stuff that was not even part of the original data set, right? So the point is we use semantic analysis and the semantic search to basically gather more results and more results that are relevant to what the user was looking for. Now, clustering opens up for a multidimensional view on data And if you, for instance, are an innovator and you're working with solving one or more challenges, you may be aware of a bunch of known solutions already that you're looking at, and you want to explore how you can use those solutions to solve the challenges that you have. But what is possible here within this clustering model or clustering algorithm is that we can input data into, so we can basically shoot data into the cluster from the user that particular user's known data points. And then the cluster will be able to perceive that problem, not just from that one dimension that the user has projected into the cluster, which is this known dimension, but actually from more than 1,000 dimensions in the cluster. So the idea is that the clustering process and the clustering algorithm opens up for thousands of additional perspectives that you have not had as an innovator going into solving a specific problem. And that naturally opens up for adjacent opportunities as well as outliers that you're not currently aware of. And that is the essence of how AI on the Valuer platform provides business intelligence for the users on the platform. Just give me a moment here. Yes. So with that modeling out of the way, and I hope it was understandable, I wanted to also touch a little bit further on the difference between big data analytics and AI. So essentially, and you have to excuse the photo here with the Shutterstock format. If you imagine yourself, you're on a shrimp trawler out on the sea. You are naturally going for the shrimps, but you get a lot of stuff up in the nets as you pull the nets up out of the water. So then you're facing a problem, and that problem is to basically filter all of the shrimps out from all of the other fishes that you have pulled up in the net. Now, that can be compared a little bit to big data and analytics in terms of a problem, right? Because big data and analytics gives you the ability to take in large amount of data and then filter that and basically isolate the data points that you need. So in this example with the fishing trawler, that is what the captain of that ship is looking to do. So with AI, it becomes a little more interesting in this actual example, because AI will give you a perspective on other fish that are in the ocean that are actually more interesting than the shrimp that you're currently going for. So this is in fact the difference that I wanted to extract from this example. Now, I am certainly going to do a demo of the Valuer platform, and I just need to stop my screen here and share a new screen. So please bear with me. Yes, so we should be on the Valuer platform now. Very good. So now we just took a brief look on what's happening beneath the helm of the platform, and now we're looking at the front end here. So again, the Valuer platform is created to bridge business professionals with the most exciting of business opportunities that exist in the market. So Valuer is, in fact, a search engine that uses AI to create these bridges. We have 4 different entry points on the platform today. We have the two upper ones here. Those are our micro searches, as we call them. Discover companies using specific technologies. This is the semantic search. And discover lookalikes, which is also an AI-based search for finding similar companies based on companies you already know. We have then explored industries and explored technologies, which are our macro entry points on the platform. So if your challenge is that, hey, I wanna find something within a specific area, but you're not currently aware about what it is specifically, you can use the macro entry point here and look at an industry perspective or technology perspective. But just to take a quick example here, so the semantic search, so this is basically where you articulate your problem or challenge, if you will. So this is what makes Valuer very much different from other search engines out there and other databases where you can find companies. So I've just pasted in this example of a search string. Identify acquisition opportunities working with collaborative robotic solutions for warehouse and assembly lines to improve production output and reduce risks of injuries. So that's quite a meaty injection or input for the platform. So now what the Valuer platform does is actually computing this particular search string. It creates a cluster, as we looked at before. It shoots in this particular semantic statement, and it basically creates a vector that lands in the cluster and basically will pull out the most similar and relevant companies that are to this particular search string that the user put in. This is a process that takes a little bit of time because it's real-time computing. So what comes on the screen now is a list of company cards. So these are the companies that are matching the most based on the specific search string that was put in. So the first one here, Impact Robotics, is you can access that one, and you will have like a company card with some information here on this particular company. You can go back to the list again, and the idea is that all of these companies that you find and you believe are interesting, you can add those to your radar. And the radar is something we have out on the left here, which is a little bit similar to Spotify collections, or when Netflix wants to play a movie based on some of the movies that you have already seen, right? So it's a way for the user to store the companies that they have found, as well as getting updated on new companies that could be relevant for this particular challenge or input. So you can add those to the radar. Now, what you can also do is, if we go to the radar and go to this particular radar that is called Cultured Meat. So this particular radar has been set up by a user that is interested in looking into cultured meat, what's happening in the sector. Now, this particular company, Aleph Farms, as you can see, is now actually with a lot more information. So what has happened here is that the user has asked for an enriched profile on this specific company. And once the user does that, there will be a lot of information gathered and more mining and more analytics being done on this particular company, resulting into these other areas of information points: business model, value proposition, product portfolio, market opportunities, achievements, as well as information on the executive team, and a full breakdown of all of the funding that they have gotten so far. So this is just to say that we provide basic information on all of the companies, and we give the user ability to hone in on the companies and extract even more information when they need to. The last part I just wanted to show, I think, before we conclude the demonstration here, is that We have the industry perspectives as well. So for instance, if you're looking into sustainability and maybe you don't have any clue, you just want to start somewhere, then what we have done here is that we have clustered up all of these sub-industries within what we call sustainability. And what you can do here very quickly is to say, hey, I'm really interested in, renewable energy, solar, and clean tech. And that gives you an immediate view on the companies that play in these specific three sub-industries: clean tech, renewable energy, and solar. So what you can do now is basically, you can look at the companies here and you can see, hey, there's actually a solar company here, and a renewable company here, and a clean tech company here. They seem to be positioned fairly close to each other. There seem to be some interesting stuff going on here. And then you can add the profiles. You can go to the profiles and you can check them out and kind of dive deeper into the rabbit hole, as we say. So depending on your use case, you can start from a macro perspective, or you can start from a micro perspective. It depends on where you're currently at. Now, the platform is utilizing a credit system such as, I don't know if you're familiar with Audible, the soundbook app. They also use credits. So the credits are used for enriching information on these companies. So you basically use a credit every time you want to dive deep into a company and get an extreme amount of information, relevant information on this particular company. You can also use the credits essentially for going into our vast library of technologies. And then what you can do is you can request a deep dive on a specific technology, and we will then start harnessing and mining information on this particular technology and build you an overview on that. That will also cost you credit on the platform. All of the searches that you do are going to be captured in the platform. So I don't know if you have that same experience, but if you tend to use Google a lot, it's kind of one-off searches. You search and then you never come back to it again. But the idea is that when you want to build business intelligence and put processes in place around business intelligence, and you're specifically working on solving challenges that are important for your business, you want to make sure that you capture all of the knowledge that you create within your team working with these challenges. So the Valuer platform also offers the search history, and it captures all of the searches you have done. It stores the searches so that they are always available. So that provides a nice functionality for teams working together on solving specific challenges, as well as if you lose a team member, it's pretty neat to have all of the knowledge stored on the platform. So everything you kind of order on the platform will be available on your orders tab over here. So that's essentially the platform in a nutshell. So let me just go back and stop the screen sharing on this one and share my presentation. Yeah, so that was the demo of the Valuer platform. I hope that was useful and made sense. So just to conclude the presentation here, as we have gathered, AI is a tool to extend humans' capability of perceiving the world and to allow humans to choose the right actions in the given environment that they're in. We can call AI the new generation of business intelligence tools, as they provide an intelligence layer on top of what we have normally perceived as analytics and sorting through a lot of data. Now we have, with AI, an appliance, an application of intelligence that sits on top of that. And Valuer is an AI search engine providing business intelligence on innovation and investment opportunities for business professionals. With that, I want to say thank you so much for your attention, and I think we can set the scene for some questions now.
Yes, yeah. Thanks a lot, Dennis, for the presentation and especially for the live demo, because it's always it's easier to understand if you not just show PowerPoint, but how the tool actually works. So maybe one comment for the audience. We received lots of questions on Slido. This is also the reason why me and Jeanette stand here with our cell phones. So we're not making TikTok videos, but we're taking your questions and we will forward them to Dennis. So then, Jeanette, what is the most upvoted question we had so far?
Yes, so Dennis, thank you for the presentation of your platform. We have one quite challenging question from the audience. And the most upvoted question is, how is your product different from other providers, for example, CB Insights or other research providers?
That's a very good question, and it's a question that we get a lot, basically every time we speak to potential new clients. So the major difference in between what I would characterize as database platforms and Valuer is the fact that we use semantic search. So we, as I described in the visualization of the algorithm, what we basically use is unsupervised learning on every search string that you put into to the Valuer platform. So we compute the results using machine learning, specifically in real time. Whereas when you search on CB Insight or PitchBook, that are all great platforms. I have nothing bad to say about these platforms. They're really good. You get access to stored information in a relational database. So it's very different from deploying thousands of dimensions on an input string to just looking up in a database.
Thank you very much. Of course, it's always good to have choices and options. Since you mentioned linguistics, one question related to linguistics is, how do you deal with low resource languages, where is very little text available, kind of like not compared to English or Chinese, for example?
Yeah, so we have currently access to 120 languages in our NLP application. Now this is Google's own application that we have continued working on and refined. So the basic idea here is that, of course, there's all of the most relevant. The vast majority of information is available on English. However, with the Valuer platform, we are able to essentially search within non-English languages, where we basically translate the input in English to the language that we are mining or scanning or looking at a specific point of time. So I'm not. I don't think I have a deep enough technical knowledge to answer kind of with percentages and all of that, but it's definitely something that we're working with to be able to to find the link in between the languages.
Thank you so much. Let's see which other questions came in. Clemens, probably one that caught your attention.
Yeah, we had the technical question, so let's follow up with the technical question, but this time not so deep into detail. It's saying AI is progressing rapidly. Which use cases do you foresee in 3 or 5 years down the road? This is perhaps also related to these very large language models like GPT-3.
Yeah, I think this is always an interesting discussion. My natural answer is always look at what Elon Musk is doing. It must be the next thing. Kidding aside, but
Valuer will buy Twitter, you mean?
Perhaps you never know. No, I think if we look at AI, and I think one of the most interesting applications right now of AI is, of course, when you combine robots and artificial intelligence. So we are not quite there yet, where we can have an abstract thinking R2D2 walk around and having great conversations with. However, we are seeing some interesting developments within speech recognition. One thing, but also the deep fake technology that has taken some leap of evolution in terms of being very, very realistic, right? So it seems like, and actually coming back to Elon Musk, I think what he said was that all of the stuff that he's working on within neuroscience and creating artificial brains and all of that is actually first to do a commercial application of a robot that essentially will become a waiter at your home. So basically a robot that is able to take input and do, back to the abstract perspective of having tools at your disposal as a human being. So how can we, what are the tools that are going to come out that will be practical and actually solve problems for humans in the short term, 3 to 5 years? And I think those are the type of AI applications we'll see.
So potentially in the future, we will not be asking Elon, but asking Valuer, right?
You can say that.
Good. Then we have a business question. It's also one of the very few questions which was not asked by anonymous, but by an actual person. His name is Peter Oberländer. Peter is asking, what are your main target groups and how is your revenue model designed?
Yeah, so the main target group I would say is enterprise innovators and strategists on one side, and then the investor community on the other side, because they share the common aspiration and goal, which is to find interesting companies that can propel them forward in growth and into new business opportunities. So the business model that we have in Valuer is in fact a SaaS business model. So you subscribe to the platform. We have different subscriptions that you can subscribe to, all the way from a free trial to our pay-as-you-go model, all the way up to custom subscriptions that fit larger companies where you have larger size teams and etc. So we are fairly broad, but you access the platform on a subscription, and that's how we generate revenue.
Maybe interlinking a question from the data side, I would like to pull two questions together here. One asked by Patrick Kofler and another one. How do you collect the information about companies and make sure it's accurate and up to date?
That's a great question, and it's one of the questions that we always met with, because AI still possesses this kind of black box syndrome, so that people find it hard to always believe and trust what the AI does. But one thing for sure, if you want to create trustworthy AI outcomes, you have to build trustworthy data, and the outcome is only going to be as good as the data that you put in. So it's a very, very legitimate question. So we have set up over the last 5 years, we have set up an data infrastructure where we have data engineers and data miners, as well as our data scientists and data analysts in the team that are very focused on building out our network of sources where we can mine information on companies. So we have spent quite a lot of time on this and are nerdy about it. So we look at, for instance, job databases, because that is, maybe you weren't aware of that, but that is actually one of the most updated sources if you want to look for information on companies. And there are thousands of job forums out there where you can actually mine this type of information. So that's one example of a source. Another example is company registry, national company registries. So for instance, India has a very vibrant national company registry. They have lots of data that they ask for companies as they start up their businesses. Now, all of this is, of course, getting data, great data at any given point in time. So how do we keep that updated then? Well, the idea is that we survey these companies and we mine information on these companies once they enter into our database. So once the user put a company onto a radar on the Valuer platform, we make sure to keep that specific company data fully updated all the time. So this is very important for us because it's not a good use case for us if users, they go ahead and do a lot of stuff based on a company, but that information that they read and caused their actions was actually 2 years old, right? So we have to be always with the latest information.
Thank you.
Great. Yeah, I think with the questions we are more or less through, because there were questions regarding which languages do you support, which data sources, what is your business model. This is just the long tail, but you answered basically everything already. Yeah, before we conclude, you mentioned in the preparation there's a one more thing event. So let us know how does you brought something with you for the audience today, and how can the audience use this?
Yes, absolutely. I love it when you have promo possibilities on these types of events. So thank you for that. Yeah. So Valuer is offering all of the participants here on the conference 20% discount on our subscription. So you can access Valuer.ai for our website and our application, and you can put in the promo code AI Austria, which I thought was neat in this specific context.
Good promo code.
And we'll keep it open for quite some time. So please, if you want to go and explore the Valuer platform, use this particular promo code to get a better price.
Perfect. Thanks a lot. Also, thanks a lot for tuning in from rainy and hazy Copenhagen. I hope the weather is now better. Yeah, if you drop by in Vienna, or if you have anything to share with the audience, just drop us a line. We will disseminate when we send out to all now it's almost 900 participants already. We will make a summary, which we will send out later on. So thanks a lot. And yeah, see you hopefully one day physically again. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you so much, guys. Bye-bye. It's been a pleasure.
See you soon.
See you.
See you soon.
So, and we are now in 2 minutes our next keynote starts. So there's actually no time for interim program. So who's next?
Next, we will be having a fantastic lineup from Accenture. It will be Fernando Lucini. He is Global Data Science and Machine Learning Engineering Lead from Accenture. We will be having Annelie Sattler, who is Digital Transformation Senior Manager at Accenture Song, and Lucas Kölbl, who is DACH Lead of Global Data Science. And I mean, you already spoiled a little bit in the beginning, or let's say teaser, and they will be answering the question or exploring deeper, why AI in marketing now?
Yes, exactly. And the colleagues from Accenture will obviously talk about it, but when we put together the lineup, we were really keen to have someone, actually Accenture, on board, for the simple reason it's the only company at the intersection of consulting, IT services, and really a full service or full scope marketing agency. So they're like now going head to head with the big advertising agencies and creative agencies. And at the same time, as you can also see we have 2 chief data scientists here, they're very technologically driven. And this is an absolutely unique combination. And I'm very happy to welcome Accenture with us on the stage today. So, hello, Fernando. Can you hear us?
Absolutely. Hello.
Perfect. Yeah.
Hello, good to see you.
See, this is why they work in marketing and sales. All of them have the same virtual background.
Fully aligned.
Absolutely. And I see you guys in a t-shirt, and here I am in Cambridge in the UK, freezing with my warmer. So I'm a bit envious of you guys.
But this is staying on brand. Is it raining?
It is raining. It is cold. It is very unpleasant.
See,
but we're happy to be here.
Stating the obvious. Great. Yeah. You've seen the speech before. Just a little bit of a rundown how it will work now. The three of you will present, while during this time, me and Jeanette will leave the stage. And after the presentation, we will be on the stage again and do the Q&A. And this is also like a call to action again for the participants who are joining online. Please use Slido and shoot as many questions and especially upvote them so we know what to ask first and, to get a ranking inside. Perfect. So, yeah, without further ado, the stage is yours, and see you in around 30 minutes. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Super. Thank you very much, guys. And hopefully everybody can see the material as well, the slides. Fantastic. Thank you very much. Thank you for having us. So my name is Fernando Lucini. I'm the Chief Data Scientist of Accenture. Super happy to be here. I am cold, so if you see me put my hands in my jacket, it's because I'm freezing. But for those of you that don't know Accenture, and as mentioned, we're a global consulting firm. We do advertising, marketing, technology at a global level, but we have a very, very strong local presence. So there's your friends and colleagues locally always to support you. I spent an important part of my formative years working for companies like Interwoven and others, which at the time, I might be showing my age now, doing A/B testing and multivariate testing and pricing and churn. And so I'm doubly happy to be here, as this is a lot of what I did in my formative life. My personal field of expertise is the understanding of text. So don't be surprised that it comes through very strongly. I've always been fascinated by the challenges of how we might teach machines to understand concepts and context. Now, the way we're going to do this today is hopefully have some fun and with lots of examples and lots of imagery, and we can enjoy ourselves as well as hopefully learn from each other. We'll be looking as much as today as we'll be looking in the future. So let's have a space where we can just be creative about it today and the potentials of the future. So sit back and let's have some fun together. And in 30 minutes, we can talk about different parts of this. Let me find the button to the slide. There you go. So as I look at the world of AI and how it intersects and supports the world of marketing, I do see a really strong desire to provide these rich, personalized experiences as a really deep focus, which obviously is totally aligned with what AI promises to help us with. I also look at the aspects of the experience that align well in general terms with the superpowers of both us as humans and the machines that support us. So we generally, for example, or historically, tend to align humans with coming up with experiences which could include a desire for personal growth or enrichment, a need for self-exploratory exploration or discovery, or a want to create special memories or moments. Additionally, these types of experiences might be seen as an opportunity for personal connection, bonding, as they provide a real chance for people to share something meaningful and intimate with one another. So thus, you see there, it's all about experiential, discretionary, intimate. At the same time, we may tend to align to the machine, the AI. I will refer to the AI as the machine and so on. They are machines ultimately. Qualities like, the ability to scale. So to help us either do more of a successful motion beyond the natural ability of what a human could possibly do, or to quickly ramp up, maybe a matter of speed, to take something positive and really ramp up on it very quickly, again, beyond the ability of a human. Maybe the ability to be repeatable. So to help us to constantly apply a treatment at massive scale connected to the first, to a situation that leads to a positive outcome. Right? And maybe as a third characteristic, we think about what we consider that machines can iterate at a level of depth and breadth across a field of complex experiences with many, many complex characteristics like hobbies or purchases or social experience, social presence, on and on, to then support us in predicting and identify deep patterns of behavior. And the reality is that in the last few years, things have really changed and evolved. I think we will see AI help us in areas that maybe we have not seen before quite as much. And hopefully we're going to have some fun looking at those. So I mentioned context briefly at the beginning. So a key to delivering these rich experiences that we all indeed want and need is to test, learn, and optimize, and in an endless loop, constantly testing, learning, and optimizing, right? But context for all of us is constantly changing as well. So how do we test, learn, and optimize in an ever-changing world of context? And for us marketeers, obviously, we can't keep up with some of this, and technology that captures this context is also evolving, right? Video, images, voice, text, it's all changing around us. And so the mechanics we use to extract this, and connect context from these sources to provide the best experiences, products, and so on, is again ever changing. So how do we rise to the challenge of grasping this thing called context, which is slippery, and quantify and use it, which is what we need to do predictably, right? So first, fun imagery, and I'll take a sip of water if you guys don't mind. Hopefully nobody feels insulted by my joke. This is a very classic joke in the natural language world. Super classic, and it's pretty obvious to all of you, I hope, for a number of reasons, right? You've heard so many jokes that start with so and so walks into a bar, so we already know we're going to characterize the joke, right? It's already happening, right? Secondly, obviously, you might find the slapstick funny, and you obviously know that it's a joke about certain characters coming into a bar where you drink, or a bar where you eat food, as opposed to running into a physical metal bar, right? But you might also find the slapstick funny of people hitting their head. And by the way, this image still cracks me up every time I see it. But imagine what needs to be true for a machine to understand enough of our world in all the modes we use as humans: video, images, voice, text, the metaverse, whenever that comes, in order to see through what's actually happening in this simple image. So we can thus extrapolate the difficulties we will face to create in a timely fashion some of these rich experiences that are context aware, given how difficult this is. Now, but times have changed, which is why we're here. So a brief history lesson of what's happened in the last 5 years, which is why it's worth being where we are. And this is the only part of the presentation which will get a little bit technical, and we'll go back to having some more fun. But it's important for people to understand that something has changed, right? So in the last 5 years, we've seen the evolution of the scientific field that deals with context in this media really change. This is not a full history, by the way. I leave you a nice little link at the bottom that you're more than welcome to use if you want to read it. I like that article. It's very nice and clean. But in the last 5 years, we've seen the evolution of attention, which is a thing, a critically important technique. And the point of it is that it allows a model to focus on what's important, the relevant parts of an input when making predictions. And this can massively improve accuracy of a model by helping it to really ignore irrelevant information and focus on information that is most important to make the correct prediction. Now, in the context of natural language processing, attention helps us understand how the words are contextually related to each other with incredible accuracy. This advanced then followed with the evolution of transformers, which is a really powerful deep learning architecture that actually in effect led to the democratization of deep learning applied to natural language processing with things like BERT, which, by the way, we all use. Every data scientist we have in Accenture and others, everybody uses BERT all day, every day for tasks. It's super useful. BERT and others, we shouldn't focus too much on one. And subsequently to this, the creation of these massive, large-scale language models like GPT-3, which we'll talk about in a minute, from OpenAI, that have an enormous amount of data and can master things that are critical, like completion prediction, so predicting and completing a sentence, reading comprehension, which is common sense reasoning, or natural language inference, or word sense disambiguation. All of these things that I think all of you would agree with me, we normally assign to human comprehension. This is in the land of human comprehension. Yet these very large language models really make a difference to understand that. And it's worth taking maybe a minute to talk about these things. So I'll be using, in the context of this presentation, I'm going to be using a bunch of examples from GPT-3 and DALL-E, and there are others, but I'm using these today from OpenAI to show examples of the art of the possible. You will have noticed in my little joke about 3 men walking to a bar, I created a description there of why context is difficult for machines to understand. And just so you know, the only thing I did is take that sentence explain for a presentation why context is a difficult problem to solve, I gave this to the GPT-3 engine, and I go back that sentence that you see, those 2 paragraphs that you see there. So it's generating a response that is totally reasonable and complete, and I think you will all agree it's pretty precise. Secondly, you will also see that we use DALL-E, which, by the way, is just a month old. This is a baby in the AI world, and I'm going to use it today to have some fun with the automatic creation of imagery. But it's just a baby, so much more to go. But its superpower is that it has the pairings of the images and text descriptions, and then you can use natural language, like the example you see there, where you can just ask a photo of a white fur monster standing in the purple room, and you get and the DALL-E engine will create you an image literally for that. It's not a search, it's not finding an image, it's creating an image for your purpose. And by the way, I've also picked a lot of clip art from DALL-E just as a demonstration through, and you can see that. My suggestion, if you want, is to go to the OpenAI webpage if you want to know more. It's fully featured. So more fun examples as we go. But imagine what we can do as marketers if we can use natural language to get both the images and all this textual understanding, and we can use it in a proactive way. So to that end, let's have a couple of two sets of fun examples. So fun example number 1. And we're just stretching our AI muscles here. Yeah? So go with me on this. So in this case, I've just used GPT-3 as a means to demonstrate how we might use AI to take a set of product characteristics, super simple, and forgive my simple example, I'm an engineer after all, so I'm showing my background, to actually give us narratives for different folks in different categories. So in this case, I've got my product definition, which is really simple. Mountain bike, inexpensive, comes in many colors. And what I'm asking the engine is to take this and create me a product description that's actually a bit more exciting than my definition. And I could have used different adjectives and it would have done different things. But that's the example we have. And in this case, I've chosen really simple, non-controversial, create me one for an adult and one for a child. We could have easily have described many more characteristics, hobbies, all sorts of things. So it could have been much richer in that respect. But what the effect of this, as you can see in the example, is to really create a personalized narrative in real time, where we could have taken very specific characteristics of this product, mountain bikes, sizes, colors, sets of wheels, anything that you can think of, plus the characteristics of the individual, their hobbies, their likes, their dislikes. We could have even fed it their entire history in Twitter or Facebook or whatever is required. And then the machine could have automatically created for us a summary of why that product is interesting for this particular person in this particular circumstance in real time. So incredibly powerful, notwithstanding my simple, fun example that you can see there. Now, let's have another fun example. Let's use images this time. So secondly, let's look at the world of, say, the images, which obviously these days is clearly at the forefront of any rich experience that we want to provide for anybody. And again, we're 1 month into the journey for DALL-E by OpenAI, but we can already ask for the creation of imagery from text that we might use for this customized type of experiences. And by the way, clearly I've looked for some fun experiences that will hopefully make you all laugh. But the core of this is to understand that my KPI was to make you smile, but whatever your KPI might be, if you're in a place where you can ask an AI to, I got my definition there wrong. Sorry about my monkey face. I made a mistake on the label. But if you look at the second one, a couple of radishes skateboarding album cover. There you go. You create a fun example there, which is quite nice. Or my third one, a knight guarding his castle in a style of cubism. And here you go. We have the image. And apologies, the monkey one was as simple as create me a monkey face out of fruit. But you can see how these very simple commands can create very rich imagery that tied together with our product definitions, our narratives. How quickly can we target a client, a partner, and so on and so forth. So incredible potential from these technologies that are 1 month old. This is the tip of the spear. Another area that I think is worth touching is computational creativity. And I think it'll be important and interesting. And it's the area of AI which we focus on really creating algorithms that support us in the origination of ideas. And once again, by the way, you can see I've used GPT-3 to give me a definition, so have fun with that. But if you can think of all of us marketers supporting our business in the creation of products, the needs and wants of our target audience, they represent the needs and wants of our target audiences, both today and in the future. The things we know they need today and the things we think they're going to need in the future. Imagine for those industries, for example, in which let's use an example like flavors of sweets or combinations of shapes and colors, which are typical in creating varieties and SKUs to continue the journey for our customer. This is where really, in simple terms, computational creativity today helps to understand what good looks like, to understand what a good flavor is, to understand what a desirable color combination is, to understand. And by the way, this is used very substantially in genetics to really create combinations of what good looks like, another sort of more scientific areas, and then create combinations of those characteristics that would also be perceived as good. And the sky's the limit, as you can think of. So you can think of examples of, I always use the simple example of flavors of sweets and the Harry Potter movie, right? The flavor of bogey, or that is very funny in the movie. Obviously, the AI will tell us do not create that flavor. That is not a desirable flavor. But a computational creativity engine can help us find those combinations of things that as marketers we need to create new products and services. The next area that I think is worth spending a little bit of time on is reinforcement. We've talked a little bit about the need to learn and adapt. And we know that artificial intelligence is very good at learning and adapting. That's part of its superpower. But we should look back at the last 2 to 3 years and see what the effect of COVID has had on our data. Obviously, it's had an enormous and profound image on our lives, and we all recognize it. But if we look for a second very myopically as marketers at the data that we rely on, the data that we need to use to build models, the models that help us price or understand and predict churn or determine product affinity or upsell, cross-sell based on behaviors and so on and so on. COVID has really forced us to evaluate the approaches that we use to data, such that we do not require the large historical data that we might have used in the past, because COVID has made it no longer be representative. There have been very clear studies, and many of you will have lots and lots of anecdotes in this, of us looking back at the information and data from the last 2 years versus the last 5 years, and the net effect of the COVID years have had on us as marketers trying to use this information in a useful way for our customers. Now, reinforcement learning, there are many flavors of reinforcement learning. You'll tend to hear things like multi-arm bandit as a term, which is a rudimentary type of reinforcement learning, in which we test multiple variations at the same time and identify a champion, a version of these that is the good. But in essence, the key to how it'll be applied in marketing, I think, is that at its core, it'll help us learn against an optimal objective, margins, unit, whatever the objective we have at that point. And learning from that objective, it will find the optimal answer to that, making us really much quicker and more relevant in building experiences, responses, pricing, whatever it may be. I can recommend a really great reading from Forrester, the industry paper, which I'm happy to give you a reference to, in which they postulate that in the context of the next best experience, reinforcement learning will route the majority of customers to the champion experience while testing at the same time iterations to discover potential new champions. So the superpower of reinforcement learning, and why I think you guys need to think about this as it comes into the future, is that the superpower it has is that it doesn't require historical data. We can learn like a game. We can learn as we go and learn what good looks like, and constantly find champions that are optimized against our objectives. It's still a very difficult technology to use, science to use, but it is getting better. But I can see a very clear place in which reinforcement plays a massive role in our world. So the next, it's also worth having we're going to talk about AI ecosystem in a second, and I think it's worth before that to think about how much investment is going on in AI in general, and specifically in AI for marketing. And I've extracted a nice outcome there from the data room. You're welcome. You've got the address there. Please go and see it. But this tells us that investing in AI, as in the investment in funding for startups and such, or companies with AI at the core of their offering, is very large. I don't think anybody would doubt it. We're talking billions there, many billions. But I think what's interesting for us in this forum is that investment for AI in marketing, in a marketing setting, is certainly material. And in the top 10 of the domains you see there, invested. So it's clearly recognized. Why do I tell you this? Because I really believe that you will see this large and continuing investment come our way in the coming months or years. And we heard from Dennis and their product just before this, which is a wonderful story. And again, that would count as one of these places where clearly we're seeing investment. And as marketers, we're going to see a real draft of tech companies, science offerings that are going to take that money and try to offer us products and services to use with AI at the core. It's important to know, massively invested. Now, one of the most profound changes, this is where I have the most passion in this area, one of the most profound changes we will see in the use of AI in marketing and beyond is what I refer to as the AI ecosystem. And again, I've had some fun with it, and you can see that I've asked GPT-3 to define it for us. Companies and agencies and many others are creating and connecting more and more models together, right? To solve really for the challenge of providing that elusive, rich experience. So we're moving clearly from a one-dimensional model that may solve for one problem alone to an ecosystem in which the winners will really be the ones that contain the orchestra of models that are playing the opera, the ultimate opera that is serving our clients and partners, right? If you can think of these models as musicians, right, in a wonderful orchestra somewhere in Austria. So now, depending on your business needs and maturity, you may have lookalike models, churn models, behavioral segmentation, on customer satisfaction, lifetime value models. It goes on and on, right? Now, the output of these models provide that customer context. But again, do they do it better when they're working together or when they're working alone? And that is the real challenge, right? That is where the AI ecosystem comes in. And then looking at what we've seen today with DALL-E and GPT-3 and other wonderful innovations, we might have soon machine learning that can find the right combination of creative elements, whatever they might be, for different types of users in real time. And we've seen my example with the bicycles, you've seen my example with the pictures. There may be other examples literally with voice, direct to voice. So there might be a near future where the instruments in the orchestra, the violins in that wonderful Christmas concert that we get every year, right? That actually are coming together to bring the opera that is the experience, right? Now, but for all of us living in a company, which we all do, there is a jump from that innovation in this story I'm telling you and the realization of the objective of mastering that orchestra, right? So I want to talk a little bit about the challenges of us getting there and take you through my vision of this. Now, I think of this in the setting, this idea of the evolution of the AI ecosystem as a transition from, as you'll see, from the AI desert to the AI jungle. And again, it's a good visual representation. I'm a visual person. It helps me tell the story. The desert is where most companies find themselves today. The world of one-dimensional model use, where the data, the water in our analogy, right? The water is the data analogy, is sparse, but it's well controlled. Where we have a limited number of products driven by AI, where there might be a perception that time to value is slow for the amount of hype that AI has. Where the trust is not very strong, the trust in AI is not very strong, where we're not quite certain whether to let go of methods of the past for the innovation of the future. So there needs to be an evolution. Where is the next step in this evolution? The next step in this evolution is the AI forest. Now, at this stage of the evolution, the water, again, our data in our narrative, flows much more freely and is much larger in volume, and thus we have more data to feed our AI programs to build the experiences that have that strong context that we've been discussing previously. Now, we are now creating a few very material experiences, products and services with AI, obviously, at the core, that drive core KPIs, and which start convincing us as in all of us, from your chairman to your marketer, that we must do more. We start to build the confidence. We're starting to build the trust, which also comes with interesting areas. It comes with areas that we must organize ourselves around. It's a bit more boring from a marketing perspective, but things that we must organize ourselves around. We must think of how we use AI. What is our responsible AI stance? More on that in a minute. Should we professionalize the folks that work around AI? Create roles, create career tracks. Who does what, where, when? Should we hire a chief data scientist? I'm a chief data scientist. I would advocate that you do. We're very useful people, and so on and so on and so on. So there's a set of characteristics that mean that you need to fulfill once you start getting in this context of the AI forest with much more use cases coming. Now, the final stage, the nirvana, if you will, is the idea of the AI jungle. The pinnacle of an AI ecosystem, right? And by the way, as you can see, it ties very nicely to the ecosystems of our planet, right? The richest ecosystems we have are our jungles, right? In this state, really, it's a state of organization, technology, science effectiveness, in which the exam question changes. It stops being about how do I solve all these problems in order to do things. Technology problems, organization problems. It becomes a question of how do I drive competitive advantage? That's it. That's the only question. It becomes much more about the how. A state in which there's no limitations to the implementations and the use of AI beyond the limits of the question and the data itself. So imagine that scenario where all the data is available, we can ask any question we want, then it becomes only about that question in itself. A state in which we're driving incremental value from data, be that third party, oneself, doesn't matter. Incremental, it's not about a small percentage gain, but incremental value from our choices, right? Even though obviously, driving a multiplier of abilities is important, right? A state in which time to value becomes a key KPI for us. We can count on the time to value, who is the fastest at achieving our goals, right? So this is the desired state, end state, and somewhat we're far away from that for many of us. It's very far away, but I believe this is part of the roadmap. This is AI is becoming the cornerstone of how we extract and work with data and the value it contains. So the only direction, as far as I'm concerned, is the AI jungle. And things like this shows of today of GPT-3 and DALI and there's many others that are in a wonderful, rich world of AI. So the question for me, for all of you, is really, what is your roadmap towards the AI jungle, or the completion of the AI ecosystem, or your orchestra for your Christmas show? But that is the key, and these three stages help align us on that. Now, we need to make an important stop, which is in the stop for responsible AI. And I've given you an example of deepfakes. By the way, the answer to spot the fake is they're all fakes. All those faces are generated by NVIDIA, or every single one of them, and it's impossible for any human to tell. It's unlikely. But it speaks to the point of trust. And if we quickly move on, you start seeing. So AI is an incredibly powerful thing. It is an amplification of our mind. It is like many other industrial revolutions, disruptive. But at the same time, whereas previous revolutions expand our physical, our physicality, we can go faster, quicker. This amplifies our mind, which is a much more complex area. And there's plenty of cases. I've got one on the screen there, but there's plenty of cases where we are challenged by this. And there's things like the draft EU regulation that we all have to live under, where we're going to have to read very carefully how we apply AI, specifically in a marketing context, to be able to work with our customers and partners with the constraints of fairness and other such matters. And by the way, for the interest of clarity, I can give you a little bit of a table that you can see the areas. So it becomes clear when you look at all these areas that responsibility as regards to AI, which is held to an enormous high standard, and well it should. if it feels like we're holding AI to a higher standard than humans, well, it's an amplification of humans, so it's entirely reasonable that we would hold it to a higher standard, since it amplifies the good things we do and the bad things that we do. But you can see here from this table, and it's not for you to read all of it, but the idea is that in order to put together a plan, you need to think through all of these areas in order to be successful. And I would tell you that from an Accenture perspective, we have a strategy to do this, and you're welcome to call us and we'll tell you about it. But the idea is, for us, the idea is simple. There's a set of principles you need to have really clear. Set out your principles. What do you stand for? Things that really represent your journey with AI, how you want to use it, and how you want to use it not only for your customers, but for your own people. Your own people are looking at yourself to see how you want to really represent it and whether they feel they are aligned to them. But then very quickly, in this day and age, move very quickly into practice, creating the risk mitigations, creating the brand enhancement, creating the plans, creating the tools that our people can use to really be able to go on this journey. So if you're a data scientist, you know how to do things. If you're a data engineer, you know how to work. And as a firm, we have the right controls, the right forums, the right places where we can be very quick in going towards our AI jungle. We're not going to get there if we're unable to make great decisions about, is this the right thing to do? Is this not the right thing to do? Do we do it? Do we not do it? With all the right parameters that makes us feel confident that we're doing the right thing by our customers, by our employees, by society, the society that we live in. So it's a super important. It's a great way to arrive at our end. And I always say, just to finish this off, is it the beginning or is it the end? I promise you that if in the last 5 years we've gone from quite difficult to understand context in language to 5 years later being able to ask for an AI to create us a picture from nothing, and it to be able to create it, or for it to be able to create narratives like you've seen today, next year will be another evolution that will surprise us all. So it's definitely the beginning. But my suggestion to you all is that you look at the 3 stages, the desert, the forest, and the jungle, and you create your roadmap to delight your customers through the roadmap of evolution of AI. And with that, I will drink some water and we can do some comments and questions. I hope I'm very precise on time, so hopefully we're there and we can start answering some fun questions.
Very much. We are back with a load of questions. Thank you for the presentation. It was very, very impressive. One question that came up in the beginning is who may use the creations and the artworks, in relation to IP rights?
My suggestion in this, we've used one example, and I think we'll see an evolution. But for that example that I've used, my suggestion is that you go and have a look at OpenAI's website. I think it's the beginning of the journey. I'm not 100% sure any of that is worked out, given that each time you ask for one of these, it automatically creates a different one. So these are all created on the fly. But it's a super interesting question. I don't think the answer is quite there yet.
Yeah, maybe one comment from my side, because we also just recently received DALL-E access at AI Austria, and obviously we had the same question. The thing is, everything that is generated for non-commercial purposes is also owned by us. For commercial purposes, especially with something like DALL-E 2, it's different, but for the non-profit access, at least, it's like free for all. Good. We also received one question directly on LinkedIn, so not just on B2Match. So maybe, yeah, to our directors, please could you show this? Yeah, can you see the question? Excellent. So what is your take on that one?
From Thomas? Apologies, I think we overlapped. Am I answering the question from Thomas that I can see on the screen? Yes.
Exactly.
Cool. The idea, I would challenge the idea of data being available for all legislation. You're totally right. Sorry. And again, remember, we're expanding our mind and thinking. You're absolutely right. I will tell you, Thomas, your question is important to me personally. I always say that data, the ownership of data is the question of our generation. as simple as that. It's the question of an entire generation, the ownership of data. It's a fascinating topic. You are quite right. Again, and synthetic data, by the way, for those of you who don't know, is one of my favorite topics. I've written an article in the MIT journal about this, and I think it's going to play a critical role. So, Thomas, you're super right on both. I totally agree.
Maybe if I may add 2 cents here about the question of data, who owns the data, how do we share and use data? So there's a lot going on in the space, and in particular, ownership of data, kind of like data being available for all. There are 2 main things going on right now. So it's the Data Act proposal, kind of like who owns the data? Is it kind of like the company providing the application? Is it the user providing his data to the application? And how kind of like are these data transferred and used? So this is the one thing. The second thing that's out there in the market is the Data Governance Act from the European level, at least, which wants to provide the possibility to expand and use data. For example, mobility data, health data, which is currently very not very available since it's sensitive data and kind of like processed and held by governmental agencies. And another idea that is swooshing around is data altruism. So the possibility to make data freely available to, for example, train AI, develop new applications and foster innovations. But this is all in progress, and we will see, as you said, how this relevant question of our time is answered in the very near future.
Yeah. If anybody wants to have some fun, I don't know if you know Yuval Noah Harari, the philosopher, writes beautifully on this subject. So if you want to have the entertaining philosophical view, read up on him. He's fantastic. Harari.
Perfect. So we just received notice that we only have 3 minutes left. This more or less gives us only the opportunity for one question. So which one to pick? I take one. When will AI create really scalable business models? It seems all very customized and consulting heavy to me. I think this is a spot-on question to a company like yours.
Yeah. It's and maybe I'll let Lukas and Annelie come in. It's a process. It's technology. I'm a scientist. We put these things together. We solve things. It has to be a part of the journey. It's not the whole journey in itself, right? So my view would be, it's like any other tool. It'll play a part. It'll play its role, and you'll have to pick it. You'll have to integrate it in what matters. And there's no reason to think AI is different to any other technology evolutions. That suddenly it's going to take over on its own. It doesn't make sense to me. Well, I'd love to hear Lukas or Annelie have a view on this.
No, I totally agree. So there will always be some kind of part which will be customized at the end, since it always depends on the company, which kind of data you have available, which kind of use case you have in mind, and also which kind of customers you have. But I would say there is a high push into the direction of standardization overall. But nevertheless, at least in each use case that we are seeing at the market up to now, and I guess also in future, will be some kind of customization step in between.
Yeah, and maybe we can come back to that question when we are on the panel, but definitely we cannot answer the when question. It's also about the responsibility part, which Fernando was talking about, and the trust part. So really need to have responsible AI and make sure that the AI is really working and it's not a standalone product.
Thank you very much for throwing me the cue ball, because I just wanted to say many questions we will later discuss in the panel, where Annelie is joining from Accenture Songside, plus 2 further speakers, which we soon will see. Before we say goodbye and thank you, if there's any type of call to action you would like us to disseminate, either via the messaging service or through the stickers you see below, where we always ask the audience for input, just drop us a line and we will use it on both conference days. So thanks a lot for tuning in from 3 different locations to a 4th location. And pleasure to have you, and looking forward to meet you one day also physically again.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you so much. Goodbye. Okay. So wrapping up the question about creativity, human creativity, machine creativity, coming now to a different topic, AI in Adobe. And it is our very great pleasure and honor to announce our 2nd speaker, Sean Whitty, who will be diving more into Adobe and AI in his keynote starting now.
Exactly. And before we dive and make the deep dive and put Sean on the stage, he was so friendly to provide us a video to set the stage for what he's going to talk about. So please, video number 1, go on. Great stuff. So with us on the stage, we welcome Sean Whitty. Hello, Sean. Can you hear us?
Hi, Clemens. Yep, I hear you. You hear me all right?
Yes, excellent.
Perfect.
Excellent.
So,
wow,
yeah.
Cool stuff. Whenever I see that video, I get excited again. I was happy to show it to you guys briefly today, and welcome. Thank you for being here. My name is Sean. I'm CTO Central Europe for Adobe. And today I want to talk to you about going beyond the hype to intelligently deliver a personalized total experience. So I hope you're all energized by my purposefully provocative title. And after watching the brief clip about how we use AI at Adobe to turn that vision into reality. And I know, and you all know, that AI isn't hype for any of you here today. But to be honest, business stakeholders ask me all the time how it can truly bring their business value and deliver impact. And in fact, our last question about scalable business models is right in that same domain. So to begin to answer these questions, I'd like to start by linking experience to data.
Okay, just one comment, John. Me and Jeanette, we will leave the stage now. If the audience has any questions, you know the usual drill. Send them via Slido, and see you later in the Q&A, Sean. Goodbye.
See you
The floor
later.
is yours. See you later.
Great. So I got ahead of myself. Like I said, excited about seeing the video and the chance to talk to you all today. And where I left off is I wanted to begin linking experience to data. And so we as humans learn by experience and not always our own experiences. And this helps us as individuals to form our own opinions and proactively make decisions which create new experiences and establish frameworks for expectations and desires. And that all sounds a bit like an oxymoron because history has taught us that you can't use past behaviors alone to predict future behaviors. And so in today's presentation, I want to show you how Adobe enables that personalized total experience and uses AI to enhance it further. Let's establish a bit of context. At Adobe, our mission is to change the world through digital experiences. So from the moment you wake up in the morning until you go to bed at night, the media you consume, the ads you see, the apps you use, the website you browse and shop on throughout the day, the chances are that every one of those experiences were touched by Adobe technology. Experiences have been at the core of our business since the company's founding. And Clemens, you could actually go back. Through our products, we're transforming how people learn, work, play, and do business. And that's the power and opportunity in digital experience. So in its essence, Adobe gives everyone from emerging artists to global brands everything they need to design and deliver exceptional digital experiences. And with that, we can move forward to the next slide. Let me ask a rhetorical question. When you think of Adobe, what technology and products come to mind? And so long ago, and no longer today, I greatly hope, the answer was Photoshop and PDF. But since we've made the successful transition to the cloud over a decade ago, and massively expanded our marketing tech solutions portfolio, our mission has actually become clear. We're an end-to-end provider of exceptional customer experiences. And from the way technology is shaping our daily life to the digital behaviors that we track online, we're in the center of a digital revolution that is shaping our strategy. So with Creative Cloud, we're unleashing creativity for all, enabling anyone, anywhere to access the tools to build beautiful experiences. With Document Cloud, we accelerate document productivity, even when your teams can't meet in person. And with the Adobe Experience Cloud, we power digital businesses, helping you design and deliver experiences that drive profitability and loyalty. Okay, by now, you might be asking yourself, what does that all mean in terms of data intelligence? And Clemens, if you give me a click, or actually two, that would be great. So Adobe's approach is around three complementary intelligence domains: creative intelligence, content intelligence, and experience intelligence. And we call this Adobe Sensei. It helps creators deliver smarter, more efficient experiences faster, handling mundane or time-consuming tasks to free them to focus on what matters most. And Adobe Sensei gives creators more time to be creative by using AI and machine learning and deep learning to speed up the creative process and enable a richer interaction with customers at all touch points. So we've used our experience in creating content, publishing content, and monetizing content to train algorithms and to understand words and paragraphs or forms. And Adobe Sensei lets the technology automate repetitive tasks, get deep insights from very specific pieces of content, and boost your productivity. If we looked over content-wise, leading brands are focusing on providing an amazing experience to their customers with every interaction, seeing more and more of a view of individual customer journeys that need to be orchestrated around life events. And this is actually applying to the experience intelligence. So Adobe Sensei helps organizations to deliver the right content to the right person at the right time. In other words, to drive personalization at scale, which we're going to talk about in a moment. And by the way, Adobe Sensei is the only comprehensive AI technology offering that deeply understands these three intelligence domains: creativity, content, and experience. So I think, just give me a moment. That gives me, or brings me to what some might call our order of operations. And if we start with our highest level message that Adobe is focused on making the digital economy personal, the next message down in our kind of waterfall approach is CXM, customer experience management. And to meet customer expectations, customer experiences must be personalized, they must be timely, they must be relevant, they must be connected across all channels, which leads us into what I alluded to on the last slide, personalization at scale. And that's one of the most, if not the most important aspect of CXM today that brands should be focused on right now. We've been talking for a long time about how customers have high expectations, and you can still go back, Clemens, don't want to confuse the picture too much. We'll move on in just a moment. For personalized digital experiences, but as digital businesses and digital interactions have grown faster than anyone could have anticipated, those expectations for compelling and personalized experiences have grown with it. And the good news is here at the bottom of our slide, you see that this is what Adobe Experience Cloud does. There is no more comprehensive solution for personalization at scale than Experience Cloud, powered by the Adobe Experience Platform. So now we can move to the next slide, Clemens, and I'll ask another question. How do you build a modern customer management experience management system? How do you ensure that it's future-proof? And in theory, it's not that complicated, right? It all starts with the customer and data. At first, we need to radically deepen our understanding of who our customers are. To do this, we need to monitor every touch point across physical and digital channels. And we have to recreate their personas in bits and bytes. And we need to personalize their touches in real time. And then incorporate machine learning to identify their preferences and anticipate their needs. And if that weren't enough, we need to do all of this while navigating privacy laws and data policies. Sounds easy, right? There we go. So to be able to do customer experience management at the kind of scale necessary, AI has to be a key ingredient. And Adobe Sensei, as you see on this next slide, is built into all of our products with purpose-built AI designed to do experience-specific tasks that help inform and refine and then scale personalized customer experiences in real time. Put slightly differently and more concretely, and maybe even simply, we provide AI out of the box. We focus typically on pre-trained algorithms that augment and automate specific use cases. And at Adobe, enhancing our products with AI functionality, it means augmenting and supporting the individual. It's never about replacement or redundancy through automation. And really, we automate the tasks those mundane tasks that no one wants to do or no one can do. In other words, we amplify your ability to gather and act on insights and predict your customer's next best experience. So here it is, the Adobe Experience Cloud. And I like to call this our marketecture. You can see the scope of our commitment to our AI enhancements with Adobe Sensei, which is a fundamental building block for a wide range of customer experience management tools to digitally transform and deliver holistic, personalized experiences at scale, tailoring each moment of the customer journey to each customer. Okay, so you might be asking yourself, how does Adobe Experience Cloud enable all this? And what are all of these products that some of which I've never heard of? Ignore the product names for now. I wanted you to see and understand the importance and the scope for Adobe. So to optimize customer experience, Adobe Experience Cloud integrates customer experience technology and data to simplify experience creation, execution, measurement, and optimization. Unlike other providers, Experience Cloud is purpose-built, it's extensible, and it's integrated with your creative tools. Adobe can help any business digitally transform and become digital first. And to do that in this digital first or digital only world, the only real means to customer loyalty is through the customer experience. It's that simple. So first, you've got to start with a foundation based on data and insights. Next, you need a platform to bring together that data from across the enterprise. And importantly, to do so in real time, for real. And finally, you need a means to action the insights based on that data through the content you develop and deliver. And then by making every moment shoppable for your customer and by managing the journey that customer has with you so that their experience is seamless and connected. Okay, let's take a break from the slides. Next, I want to show you a few of our exciting AI-based enhancements in detail. And rather than look at boring feature lists or product roadmaps, I've selected 3 examples for today. So let's take a closer look behind the scenes. First, I'll show you something out of our Adobe Sensei Research Lab, which was first demoed publicly at the end of 2021. And with that, Clemens, give it a shot with the video, please.
Yeehaw!
Be difficult. For example, did we lose the video, Clemens?
Yeehaw!
There we go. Okay, small technical difficulty, but we'll jump right back into it. Again, Adobe Stock provides the images we're looking for, but maybe finding that specific pose you're looking for is difficult. And imagine you really like a specific model, this model, for your online product content, but you don't like her pose. So there are several Adobe Stock images with the desired pose. Is there any way to transfer these poses to the desired model? With Strike a Pose, in order to enable reposing, we just need to provide an image of a model whose pose will be changed, followed by a target image from where the pose would be borrowed. And Strike a Pose will handle the rest of the magic to generate a completely new image of the model in our desired target pose. And this is really amazing, given that this image never existed in the real world and the entire image was generated from scratch. So we were also curious how this model would look when facing backwards. So we took a picture of our engineer Krishna facing backward and provided it as a target image. And again, Strike a Pose generated a new image of the model facing backward. And this is an extremely challenging task, as a lot of you know, because we need to hallucinate the entire back portion by just looking at the front side of the source image. Here we use Strike a Pose to generate all of these different pose variations of the model. And this is truly remarkable because this model never posed in any of these poses before. But still, Strike a Pose was able to generate all of these different pose variations just using a single image as a reference. So you might be wondering, can we replicate similar magic on an existing photo collection? Our engineer Krishna said, why not? And he used a photo of his fiance where she didn't like her pose as a source, followed by an image of the pose she liked as a target image. And again, Strike a Pose, powered by Adobe Sensei, did its magic and generated a completely new image of his fiance in the pose she really liked. So basically, we can easily change any bad pose in our personal photo collection using Strike a Pose. This is an amazing demo that shows the power of Adobe Sensei for creatives, but combined with a clear use case for content and e-commerce. And that's really cool stuff. If we move on to the next slide, I want to talk about Experience AI, where we find even more interesting use cases to enable sales and marketing departments to create the best end-to-end customer experience. Adobe Experience Platform enables brands to derive deeper insights, make predictions on consumer behavior, and use that information to deliver better customer experiences. And with our data science workspace powered by Sensei, brands can operationalize AI and ML services to, for example, predict customer behavior. So these predictions, for example, such as propensity scores, can automatically enrich customer profiles. The data science workspace provides customers with the flexibility of creating, importing, or using pre-built models from Adobe, training the models with Adobe product data or any other data they want to use, and then to operationalize those models to automate insights. And this is a capability that really democratizes machine learning by allowing users with different levels of data expertise to have access to ML models. And additionally, preparing data for machine learning consumption can be very time consuming, as I'm sure you all know, because oftentimes the data isn't centralized and it's not normalized, and it can typically take weeks, days to weeks to get data into a data lake and perform the modeling and then pipe back the results, the systems of engagement to influence the customer experience. With Experience Platform, customers can significantly reduce the time to insight because the data is already centralized and standardized in the platform, enabling customers to light up models without any extra data preparation required, and insights are automatically added to profiles. So next slide, please, Clemens. Thank you. Our customer AI allows brands to accurately uncover specific segments of users and target each with the right marketing campaign. Promise you we'd go in the direction of sales and marketing and that end-to-end customer experience. Take a subscription service with millions of users, for example, who through retention scoring could now see which individuals are most likely to cancel their membership and which to target for an upsell campaign. This will drive decision-making on specific brand experiences that help retain users, while at the same time, of course, also very importantly, targeting happy subscribers with upsell services. So we've seen highly accurate customer intelligence predictions amongst our customers. For example, customer AI is allowing Adobe to generate 1.5 billion plus propensity scores daily with associated reason codes to power our data-driven operating model, and we call it the DDOM, across different use cases, including conversion propensities, churn propensities, upsell propensities, win-back propensities, etc. And as another example, customer AI successfully identified customer segments that are 4 times as likely to convert and 6 times as likely to churn for a large brand through the top decile of propensity scores. So here marketers benefit from delivering advanced insights across defined outcomes to enable stronger audience segmentation and targeting, by enabling segment-based behavioral modeling to understand the rationale and likelihood of a user taking a specific action, and a simple configuration mechanism to customize for each company's unique use cases and data sets. And maybe a couple of use cases to make it a bit more concrete. What about growing and activating new customers? For example, promotional email to users who have a higher chance of conversion. Retainment, proactively reduce churn. For example, segment high-risk users for personalized treatment. Engagement is another use case. Increasing engagement with existing users, for example, through something like a private preview for customers to drive product usage. And finally, enhancement, personalizing that customer experience. So how about another Adobe Sensei enhancement for Experience AI? Let's look at attribution. And to take it down a level, let's briefly talk about what attribution is. It's a big buzzword and it means different things to different people. But at its core, attribution exists because of a common challenge, and that is that a person is exposed to your brand in multiple ways before they ever become a converted customer. The ultimate question that attribution is trying to answer is, which touch points deserve credit and how much credit on the path to conversion? And what about marketing touch points for non-converting paths? So Attribution AI is a machine learning tool that answers, what is the value of every marketing and advertising touch point? And our data science team has built and configured Attribution AI to not only understand how to allocate credit across each one of those touch points, shown here based on the user behavior and based on the impact of your marketing campaigns, we also examine your data set and look at things like, how is your email or search driving people to actually purchase? But we're also able to understand your incremental contribution to that purchase. And that's a bit out of the scope of today's conversation, but happy to follow up on that offline in terms of how we do it. So now let's talk about what makes Adobe unique in delivering Attribution AI. And this workflow, by the way, is very similar for customer AI as well. So it's flexible. It can be configured by a non-data scientist to build and train the AI model on top of your data set, and the scoring is done automatically. The first training takes up to 24 hours, but typically we've seen it on average take up to 3 hours, depending, of course, on the size of your data set. And finally, it's actionable. So, the next step is the action. Once the training is complete, it's very flexible in how you consume those insights. So you can consume the insights within the tool itself. If you give me a click, Clemens, thank you very much. Your insights, in your insights dashboard, a third-party BI tool that's directly integrated, or in a next-gen application such as from Adobe's Experience Cloud, like Customer Journey Analytics. Okay. Thanks for hanging in there. By now, I've talked about some of the great ways that Adobe Sensei powers our Adobe Experience Cloud and the other clouds while integrating with creative and content intelligence. And I've shown you strike a pose for creativity and content. And we looked at customer AI and attribution AI for Experience Cloud. So does it really work? And if so, who's using all of this? Well, here's just a sample of the world-class customers that we serve across geographies and across industries. And with that, it's time to look ahead and to talk about what's next. So today I've talked about some exciting new features to help us move beyond the hype to intelligently deliver a personalized total experience. And where does Adobe go from here? We will continue to pursue our vision to democratize data and AI. Consumers of AI services are, of course, becoming more tech savvy, but there should be no need to be a data scientist or an engineer or a developer to consume these services, specifically those provided by us. And so what about you? What's your next step? I'll give you two. One, join one of our communities, like the exclusive Experience Makers community, to get curated content for your roles, starting at the C level, including multi-day boot camps, tech academies, industry communities, book clubs, marketing events, and those exclusive C-level dinners. And two, if you think that what we talked about today will help you and your business, or more importantly, your customers, to personalize an exceptional customer experience and to do it at scale, or if we sparked your curiosity and you want to see more, reach out to me or Birkan directly, and we'd be happy to help you with our regional teams in Austria and throughout Europe to get you started on that journey. So thank you so much for your time, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you very much, Sean. So your presentation obviously inspired our users. We have one very practical question. Will Adobe Sensei be included in all of Creative Suite?
Oh, that's a great question. And I'm not stalling for time. I'm just, I have several answers to that question. That's why I consider it a good one. What we're doing right now, and I went behind the scenes into the research lab to show you something that was recently publicly demoed, and to give you a taste of what we're working on. And some of those features may or may not make it to the final general availability. Some, our typical process is an early alpha stage, limited beta release for a select few customers before general availability, and that all happens quite fast. I don't think that all of the Sensei technologies will apply to all of our creative tools, but we're continually adding new features, especially those that relate to the end-to-end customer experience, as opposed to point solutions, which really only exacerbate the problem of data and overall operational silos inside your organizations, and even worse for your customers. Those end-to-end solutions, we're bringing them more and more into all of our clouds and all of our solutions to break down our own silos to better address what our customers and your customers need. So that was a bit of a long answer. Not all the features will make it there, but we will be integrating more and more end-to-end capabilities, and there's a whole lot more to come.
So a cliffhanger for the audience. Stay tuned.
I mean, I could also follow that up with, if you're interested to see more about specific features for specific products or for a product portfolio, reach out to me directly. I'll connect you to the right team. I'll also walk you through it, and we can give you some more specifics in terms of really what I wanted to do today was actually not include the boring roadmap features, but we can go through that. We can share information about what we're planning, what we're working on, and overall development timelines, and give you, as a current or potential customer, an idea of what's coming when to what products.
Excellent. Thank you very much. There are also a couple of questions which dive into the technical details. So instead of asking each of these questions, I was wondering, is there a place where people can read like which technology is used for this style transfer or for this strike a pose and so on?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we actually, in the presentation, I did link you through a couple of QR codes. On the final slide, it was actually just contact information. But a few slides back, if you go through the on-demand session and link yourself to Strike a Pose, for example, you'll have a couple of resources where you can find more information. I'd also point you in general to our Experience League, which is an online public documentation, technical documentation and specification repository available to all of you. Explore those resources, because we go into a lot more detail about what we're doing for Sensei and overall in intelligence services. And if you don't find the information you're looking for, or if it really just whets your appetite, reach out to me. You've got my contact information, and I'm really happy to follow up with more information, and or where necessary, I'll connect you to the right people to have that technical deep dive conversation with you and your organization.
Perfect. Thanks a lot. We will also disseminate the links and the QR codes. Plus, later on, the presentation will be available as a recorded stream on YouTube and on LinkedIn. So, Sean, thanks a lot for tuning in. Also, my apologies for the slight technical hiccups, but you have a studio. You have a studio on your side. We have a studio on our side. And studios, it's complexity and interfaces, but we managed. So thanks a lot also for your patience.
Thank you, Clemens. You guys did a great job. It was a pleasure to be here, and looking forward to further presentations and discussions.
Great. So thanks a lot and enjoy your
Thank
day.
you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Perfect. And we're exactly in time. We're really exactly on time to the minute for our next speaker. So
Perfectly organized.
who awaits us now?
So our next speaker is Michael Kollegger, and he will be talking to us how AI is reshaping retail and e-commerce. He comes from Emakina CEE.
Yeah. And yeah, can we welcome Michael with us on the stage? Hello, Michael.
Hello, warm welcome from my side. Thanks for the invitation. You guys doing a great job organizing the conference.
Thank you. Thank you very much for joining us.
And
Okay.
it's also quite funny how we found Emakina, because I think it was last year in September I was invited to an event by the Austrian Marketing Society or club. And I remember Michael presenting there. And normally when you have a service company presenting, they show 1 or 2 use cases and they talk about 1 or 2 use cases like they just invented the space rocket. But Michael had like 10 to 15 actual projects there.
And he really invented the space rocket, right?
Across the globe, and he never stopped. And I was thinking, wow, this is incredible to have a company that is so deep in and is doing this for so many years. So we really, it's a pleasure to be very happy to have you here today, Michael.
Thank
and
you very much.
forward on the practical insights you can provide us in the next
Okay.
30 minutes.
Okay, of course. So here we go. So the second title of my presentation is A Practitioner's Guide to AI in Marketing. My name is Michael Kollegger. I've been working with data over 35 years, and 25 years of those 35 years I've been working intensively in the field of artificial intelligence. The company I'm working for is called Emakina. We're a digital agency in Europe, probably the biggest and most successful digital agency in Europe. We have locations in Europe, Asia, Oceania, and North America. We were founded in 97. We have about 1,500 employees. We have 22 agencies in 18 countries, and we run over 200 projects per year. In 2020, we had a turnover of around 100 million. That's just a short excerpt of our customers, mostly in the retail section, because that retail and marketing kind of goes hand to hand. So what kind of projects are we actually doing? The first one, or the most requests we get, are classical greenfield AI projects where customers contact us and say, okay, we have absolutely no information about artificial intelligence, but we're very interested in it. So we help them either run single projects with certain departments, or we even help them to develop their own AI department or data science department, or whatever you want to call it. Many requests also come in terms of data science consultings, usually from data science teams or data scientists that somehow got stuck in the work, where the results they produce are not really good, and we help them to further their cause. Also, especially in the Austrian sector, there are many companies out there that just don't have the financial means to run their own data science team or their own artificial intelligence department. In those cases, we take over the whole operation, and we offer machine learning as a service and as co-products of the whole artificial intelligence thing. Of course, we do a lot of consulting in business analytics and data visualizations. So how did the whole thing with the whole artificial intelligence with retail and marketing start? Since the beginning of time of retail, everything was done in ledgers, just key performances in ledgers. About 25 years ago, the first application emerged, usually with companies that send out big catalogs twice a year. And the idea back then was that the catalog should be split up in interest groups, and each and every customer back then was scored in terms of interest and just got sent the catalog part that was of most of interest of him. And nowadays, the retailers and marketing team usually have brick and mortar stores, have online stores. So we're in an omni-channel marketing environment, and that's the fantastic playground for everything that has to do with artificial intelligence. So as I said before, most of the customers we work with have absolutely no prior knowledge in artificial intelligence and have really a hard time grasping the whole concept of artificial intelligence. And what we do in the first meetings, we just go out there and show them what's able to do. And I'm just going to show you now a couple of slides, marketing slides, and they're just going to read them down to you to get an idea of what's going on. So we call them our what if slides. So what if you could predict which first-time customer will become a repeat customer? And of course, artificial intelligence will help you there, and you could reach out to those promising customers and entice them with a deal specifically tailored to their needs while saving money on one-time shoppers. What if you could predict who is going to buy from you in the coming months? And of course you could. You can increase conversion and save money by personalizing incentives, tease to stop the top segment with new products, and send discounts only to undecided customers. Or what if could let your data tell you who your customer personas really are? And of course, you could customizing campaigns based on their buying behavior rather than just on revenue. And the last one, what if you could predict which customers you're about to lose and which can be reactivated? And of course, artificial intelligence helps you there. And you could reach out to at high risk value clients with a personalized campaign before they're lost, or you can focus reactivation efforts on just those customers who have a very high likelihood of reactivation and high expected lifetime value. If we're gonna plot those little plays on the very simplified customer lifecycle. That's what we do, and that's what we show to our customers. So we're going to start in the retain phase, or at the end of the customer lifecycle, and then we're going to explain what do we need to do to prevent churn, or what do we need to do, or what kind of models can we work on to recover lost customers. In the grow phase, we have our optimizing spend models, our personalized campaign, personalized incentives, next best offer that are based on customer behavior and all the 360-degree view we have about the customer. So we know exactly what the customer did in the past. We know exactly what the customer will be doing in the future. We know exactly about his interests and his wishes. In the acquire phase, so at the beginning of a customer life cycle, we offer like a first time to repeat buyer campaign. And since we know everything about customers or our good customers, we know their profile, we even offer something like attract VIP lookalike audience, where we extract the profiles of our good customers and then go over, for instance, to Facebook and say, okay, Facebook, here are the profiles of our customers. Are there any similar customers in your database? And if yes, please send us over their IDs or whatever. So how do we do that? We try to approach, it's very important for us that our customers understand what we are doing, and we take them on the journey, and we try to educate them in every step of the journey. So the first thing we do, and that's the most important thing, is we need to create a customer profile for every a behavior profile for every customer. And that's based on the RFM method. R stands for recency, F for frequency, and M for money. And in words, it's pretty much which customer bought when, in what amount, at what price, which product, in which branch or online, at which voucher or rebate. If the data is available, you can enrich the data with the product hierarchy, or even you can take all the data from communication, from customer service, or from the touch point from online, and you can enrich the data there. The companies, of course, cannot personally know and deal with every single customer. So what we do, we try to bring in, or we try to set up customer groups with them. Each and every group should have the same behavior. So if you take a group, the behavior of the customer in one group is very similar, buying the same stuff, spending the same amount of money, and like that. And if you compare the groups to each other, the behavior is very, very different. So just a short overview of what we do. First of all, on the left-hand side, you're going to see the customer profiles. Then we use algorithms from the artificial intelligence environment to the customer segmentation. Of course, we leave marketing not alone with the numbers. We will give a written example of what's in there, what's the behavior, explained by word. We repeat the whole process every 6 to 12 months so that we can see how did actually the certain customer groups develop. Did the good ones get better? Did any customers get worse? How was the migration between the groups and things like that, and gives us a good overview of what's going on with our customers. What we do then next, and we take the information from the customer segmentation and plot it on certain graphs and derive some kind of information out of it. And the most important is the tenure equity plot that you see on the left-hand top side. So on the horizontal axis, what you see there is tenure. Tenure is the time since the customer is a member at the loyalty program. And on the vertical axis, you see equity. Some kind of customer equity can be turnover, can be gross margin, whatever your company prefers. So what kind of customers would we like to have? We would like to have customers that have a very high tenure and have a very high equity. So the yellow dot you can see there in the top right-hand corner, those would be our cash cows. The best customers, usually the 80-20 customers, 20% of your customers are responsible for 80% of the income. But as you can see, there are many, many different customers out there, or different customer groups out there. And we need to teach, or we try to teach marketing, that every different group needs to be worked on with different campaigns. So let's take the groups on the right-hand side, on the bottom corner, there's the two greens, the pink one and the blue one. Those are customers with very high tenure, so they have been long with us, but with very low equity. And those customers usually have a high affinity to monetary marketing, which means you're going to send them your coupons, your buy 3, pay for 2, your minus 20%, your minus 20 euros on 100 euro turnover. Another group, very interesting one, is the red group you see there. Quite young group, also young in terms of membership, but already very good development in equity. And of course, if you would send that group coupons, they're going to use it. But what we did in the past, and what we had tremendous success with, was giving them something we call service-oriented marketing. We invite those groups to fashion shows, soccer games, to wine tastings, to jazz concerts, and do the advertising right there. And we had really, really tremendous success with that. On the lower half of this page, you see something. It's chances of development for new customers. And that analysis, or those models, work on new customers where we don't have a lot of information, and we have in the beginning very little idea where this customer is going to be in 12 months time, in 24 months time. And why did we develop that? In the past, we worked together with one company who had a very, very expensive new customer program, and the customer program worked something like this. So the customer signed his loyalty contract or got his loyalty card, then he got a welcome letter, a welcome gift, coupons, and that was repeated after 2 months, after 4 months, and after 6 months. And we calculated the total cost per customer, and it was about 40 to 50 euros for the first 6 months for each and every customer. They brought in about 30,000 new customers per year. So you can imagine how much the total cost for that stuff. So the idea behind that is it possible to root out customers that are actually that we would not be able to develop to good customers, would we be able to root out those as soon as or as early as possible? And so what we have different models. So the first model predicts right after his first purchase, his or her first purchase. The second model predicts after 2 months. The third model predicts after 4 months. And each and every time we get a better idea where a customer will be in 12 months' time and in 24 months' time. Why is that also so important? Like I said, I've been working with retail and marketing departments for the last 15 years, and I did some research on this topic. So took the data from all those companies, mashed them up, and then the idea behind that was like, how probable is it that a customer who comes in or signs a loyalty card becomes a good customer in 12 months' time or in 24 months' time? And in reality, only 2% of each and every one that signs or gets a loyalty card will be or can be a good customer in 12 months. And I'm just talking about a good customer, and I'm not talking about a very good customer. And in terms of people we leave, within the first, or on average, over all my clients, within the 12 months, we leave 42. We actually lose 42% of all new customers, and the 12 months after that, we lose an additional 20%. So 62% of all customers that actually get a loyalty card will be lost within 2 years. So let's take a look at the information we have on the little bit more sophisticated customer life cycle. So we know exactly in what phase the customer is in. We know exactly what kind of behavior has the customer shown so far. We know exactly what turnover will the customer achieve in the next X periods. We know exactly how often the customer will buy in the next X periods. We know pretty good how much revenue will the customer generate in his remaining time, and we know pretty good how long the customer will remain active, and we know what kind of interest the customer have. We know exactly which channel is the best with communicating with the customer, and we know if the customer has an affinity for the next campaign or for a certain product. And that information the companies now should use to design the campaigns according to the needs of his customers and not the other way around. So let's take a little deeper look at churn analysis. So we try to find out, has a customer a propensity of leaving the company or not? How do we do that? Of course, we take all the data from the customer from the behavior profile of each and every customer. Then we enrich them with number of visits per period, sales per period, favorite stores, interest. We take all the communication data, the inbound and outbound data analysis, do some natural language processing analysis on that. We analyze the response on communication. We analyze touch points, his behavior in the web store, and so on. And goal of that thing is to figure out what kind of behavior did churn customers exhibit just before they left. From a data science standpoint, we're working there with a stacked model. The first one, or the first part of the model, is a survivor analysis that actually comes from the medical industry and was developed for cancer patients, for the calculation of cancer patients' survival. So in terms of what kind of treatment the patient got, how long, or how are his chances of surviving a certain amount of time. So we take that and we did a little bit of remodeling, and so we use in terms of, or instead of treatments, we use purchases and what the customer purchased, and we have a pretty good idea what's going on. Then we just use basic statistics model where we try to find the distribution of the time that passes between purchases, and then we use all the information we have from the customer behavior analysis. And by the end of the day, we mash everything up and have a very sophisticated model that actually allows us pretty much to predict the day when the customer decides when he or she is going to leave. Of course, we do have a lot of AI plays in e-commerce, but we don't have the time to go over it. So I'm just gonna stick to the conversion forecast. Just want to show you, it's not about the conversion forecast, but it's what we do with the information from the conversion forecast. So the conversion forecast is pretty much a model for conversion forecast is pretty much can we predict, or we can predict when a customer is gonna convert. And the conversion is pretty much either a purchase or a click or a registration or something that we want the customer to do on the web. What's more interesting in the model is something that has to do with the GDPR and the AI Act, and we call it, or it's common known as explainable artificial intelligence. Before, the artificial intelligence model was just a black box. We had data coming in, data coming out. No one really cared about what's going on in the model. Now, due to the explainable artificial intelligence, the results of the model can be understood by humans, and that's developed to the GDPR or the new AI Act. And the new AI Act actually forces you to understand what's going on with your data during the whole artificial intelligence process. And it even goes that far that you need to be able to explain why is your model predicting 0 or 1 or whatever it is predicting. So of the left-hand side, you'll see something that we use to understand our models. So you can take the first one on the left-hand side, you see feature 1, feature 5, 1, 6. The features are ranked by importance for the model output. And let's just take a very simple. Let's check. This is there's a churn model. A customer who is going to churn gets a 1. A customer who is not going to churn gets a 0. And everything to the right side turns the customer or turns the model towards 1, or the output of the model towards 1. And everything on the left side turns the output of the model towards 0. The points, the color of the points, has something to do with the data itself. Everything that's orange is high and everything that's green is low. So let's say feature number 5, the most important one, is age. So we see everything that's high in age. So old people are plotted on the right-hand side. Young people are plotted, most of the young people are plotted on the left-hand side. And if you interpret this now, this means, okay, for our churn model, age is the highest importance of the feature. And older people are more likely to churn than younger people. Then we work through all the feature, we go through the stakeholders, talk to them, is that possible, can that be true? And by the end of the day, we have a pretty good idea what's going on. So what's other use cases that we are working on with dynamic pricing, the voice of customer, predictive motion estimation, everything that has to do with supply chain optimization, of course, chatbots, in-store assistants, virtual fitting rooms, style and size recommenders, and many, many, many more. So what are the challenges from a consultant view? Because I'm a lot in contact with companies, mostly small or medium-sized companies, and I do get sometimes a very different view and different opinions from those customers. So the first one and the most important one is that there is, let's put it in those words, the customers we work with, or the customers that actually send requests to us, do have very little idea about artificial intelligence and have a very distorted view of what's going on. So, and I really like that chart. I found that on a subreddit of data science, and I thought I'm going to share that with you. So the first one, what we find with our customers are wrong expectations. The customer usually asks, how can AI help me? Having in the background or thinking in the background, artificial intelligence is software that we're going to install and we're going to press on the press of a button, everything's going to be fine. So the real question should be, I have the following problem, can we use AI to solve this problem? Additional misleading marketing claims by big players also gives us a lot of a big headache. So I'm just going to read those down to you. A business analyst without deep statistical knowledge now can create a predictive model. And if I'm going to translate that to the real world, it would be a carpenter without any education in carpeting can now build a table. Of course, but I don't want to know what the table looks like. Or the second one, which is, in my opinion, a blatant lie, automated analytics includes automated data preparation. I use probably 80% of all the time in artificial intelligence projects to work on data, to extract the data, to clean the data, to do everything that I need to do so that the data is usable. And there's absolutely, in my opinion, absolutely no way that this could be done automated without any prior knowledge of the data. So what's else? There's absolutely already, as I said, there's no out-of-the-box solution. AI helps to solve very, very specific problems. AI projects affect many processes and area, many departments, and of course, IT, management. And as a consultant, in reality, you need to do with identifying problems, chances, accompanying measures, project management, communication, change management, picking team member. And as somewhere stated in one of the earlier talks, artificial intelligence nowadays with companies, with marketing companies or retail companies is a lot about consulting. A lot about consulting and a lot about education, educating the stakeholders at the company. And there's always the data aspect. So each and every one has the same problem, usually confusing data structures and chaotic data storage solution. The data is usually stored in many different silos. That has historic reason. Usually the companies start out with an ERP program somewhere. Then years later, they add a different program, let's say a CRM or something like that, and that stores its data in different silos and so on. The data in silos often cannot be linked. Interesting, there's very few knowledge about data that's widely scattered or lost due to departments, to external consultants, to mission documentation. So no one knows about, there's few information about data. There's little information and awareness about where the data is coming from and where the data is going to. And then my favorite, there's always known unknowns. If you can't be 100% sure that there is some kind of error or some kind of problem in the data that no one knew about and that was not discovered so far. And usually I am the one who discovers that problem. So, and that's the last page. So what are the lessons learned from a consultant view? So the most important aspect for a consultant is domain knowledge. If you don't know what you're talking about, if you have no idea about marketing and no idea about retail and no idea about bookkeeping and how retail works and how sales work and everything, you have absolutely no business of being there. The maxim, give me your data and we'll find the solution, simply does not work. For startups, a little shout out to startups. Your service might be not what the customer needs right now. Please listen to the customer, read between the lines and figure out what the customer really wants. And the last one, if the first thing a consultant talks about is algorithms, immediately fire him, because in the beginning, algorithms are probably the least important aspect of the whole process. So I do thank you for your attention, and I think, or I hope, there are a couple of minutes left for Q&A.
Great. Thanks a lot, Michael, for the insights. You also, it's also yours. So far, you're the speaker that utilized the time slot the most for actual showing content and talking, which leads us to the situation when it comes now to the Q&A. We are rather short on time, but this is insofar not a problem, as actually in just a couple of minutes we will meet at the panel anyway.
Yes.
Great. Yes. So without further postponing, what is the first question we received, Janet?
I think we will pick the more detailed questions and save the more general ones for the panel. And the first question is, what is the typical project size? Small POCs or rather large-scale projects?
Okay, so I always say I'm always able to predict the behavior of customers, but I cannot predict if an artificial intelligence project is going to be successful or not. So the way we go, we actually sit together. We start with a proof of concept where we pick one little problem, then we take a look at the data to see if the data is, or we can work with the data, or what needs to be done with the data. We do quick and dirty data analysis, do a quick and dirty modeling, see how the models perform. We call the whole process actually the data audit. And by the end of the day, there's a second workshop where we give the information about what needs to be done, or if we can start right away. And from then on, I find it unprofessional to actually offer a huge project to someone or to some company where we have absolutely no information about the data, about the stakeholders there, and things like that.
Great, thank you. I will dive a little bit more into this one in the panel later on.
Of course.
The next one, oh my God, yeah. The next one is like the typical question that everybody receives that ever did the AI project. You showed many use cases. What are the typical bottlenecks on the customer side? So I assume it's data and data quality, but perhaps you can elaborate a little bit.
Yes, of course. Data and data quality is always a big challenge, and that usually we handle with the IT. It's not so much the problems we face have not so much a technical background, but a personal background, which means it always, let's say there's a department that wants to do some kind of artificial intelligence project, and what we need to do, we go around, we do a lot of project marketing, and of course, then you have always your people in there. What do I need that for? Excel is such a great tool, or we did that in Access for the last 25 years and it worked so fine. So the real problems are on the interpersonal level, because there's always one person out there who doesn't like what we're doing.
Yeah, this sounds like the fate of all consulting projects.
Yes.
To infinity and
yes,
beyond.
exactly. So the business hasn't changed over the last, 100 years.
Perfect. So yes, I think the remaining questions we can skip, because we will now redecorate the stage, and then let's say in around 3 to 5 minutes we meet again once the stage is ready for our panel discussion with 2 other colleagues. Great, Michael. So
Wonderful.
Thanks a lot for your talk, and see you in a few minutes.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Hello and welcome back to our panel discussion, The State of AI in Marketing. So thank you very much for joining our panel. On the panel, we have Michael Katzlberger from Katzlberger.ai,
Hello.
Michael Kollegger from Emakina, and Annelie Sattler from Accenture Song.
Yeah.
So just starting with a small housekeeping matter, since this panel will be later available on YouTube as a standalone clip, we would kindly ask all the participants for a short introduction. Annelie, maybe you would like to start.
Yeah, happy to do so. Thank you for having me. Thank you. Yeah, my name is Annelie. I'm part of Accenture Song, and I'm working more or less at the intersection of creativity, data, and experience design, creating the best possible experience for customers and businesses in Accenture Song.
So which one of the two Michaels? I mean, it's easier for the moderator today because it's Michael or Michael. But please, Michael Kollegger, if you would like to
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Michael Kollegger. I've been working with data for the last 35 years, 25 years of those intensively in the field of artificial intelligence. I'm the head of artificial intelligence for Emakina CEE, and I'm right there. I'm responsible for everything that has to do with artificial intelligence and data analysis and everything with data. Thank you.
Yeah, hello. Thanks for having me here. I'm Michael Katzlberger. I've been working in the advertising industry for over 20 years now, and I supported large corporate clients like T-Mobile, Mazda, IKEA, MediaMarkt, and many others in their online advertising campaigns with my digital creative agency, Tunnel 23, and with my new company I founded last year. I've now specialized completely in artificial intelligence in the creative industry.
So thank you all very much. Clemens, maybe you would like to start with a short view behind the mirror.
In the rear view mirror, yeah. I mean, we structured this panel also maybe for the audience is a little bit of a guidance. First of all, we talk what happened so far in the last 2 decades, actually. Where are we today? What is the role of AI? When did AI, let's say, suddenly start to play a role? The next part is then, second part, it's dealing about creativity, which is sort of the obvious choice when you have 2 people coming from the creative sector on a panel. We have to use this opportunity. And last but not least, it goes in the way of practical applicability. Was also several questions we received in the previous keynotes from Accenture, from Emakina, especially from Adobe as well. And last but not least, yeah, an outlook at the wrap up. So when we now start, with the first one, look in the rearview mirror. I mean, I think we mentioned, it was mentioned a couple of times today already. The current AI boom was more or less started by advertising companies. I mean, of course, they're famous for their tech savviness in search, or be it social networks or augmented reality and so on. But the business model at the core is more or less just selling advertisements. And selling advertisement means you need to have the right message to the right people at the right time. And starting with the rear view mirror, I would like to start with Michael. Actually, with Michael Kollegger. It's really confusing. We even have the same used always the complete name. So I would start with you, Michael Kollegger, because I remember you spent a long time in the United States, and it would be interesting also for the audience to see how has the role of analytics evolved. Like it used to be just descriptive, what is going on, to prescriptive, like what will happen, like forecasting and so on. So how, if you could give us a brief overview.
Okay, so artificial intelligence has been around for a very, very long time. So I have to be honest, I don't like the word artificial intelligence too much, because today we still use things like a logistic regression that was mentioned, I think the first time in 1805 or something like that. So what we saw in the past, or like I said, I've been working in artificial intelligence over close to 20 years. And back then, 20 years ago, it wasn't called artificial intelligence. It was what was called statistics. And a couple of years later, it was called business analytics. And again, a couple of years later, it was called predictive analytics and things like that. And Clemens, as you said, the whole thing started with, I would say, probably 15 years ago. With the media somehow got in touch with the whole idea, posted first articles, and it just went on from there. And additionally, the development of new machines, of new computers, of clustered cores and things like that also helped a lot in development. And nowadays, it's very easy to calculate or to create models in quasi real time or run models in real time, which was physically impossible like 20 years ago. So everything has to do with the media, and everything has to do, or the whole development has to do with the increasing power of the machines we have right now.
Thanks for the insight. Also, thanks for the pun. This is almost a sacrilege to say on an AI event. Not want to call it AI, but maybe next time we call it the Applied Statistics Conference.
Yes.
Point taken. Coming from the analytic side, moving to the creative side, and I would like to address this question to Michael Katzlberger. Because as you mentioned in your introduction words, you founded a digital agency, Tunnel 23. And how did you experience this shift to digital on the creative side of things?
Oh my God, I've seen many technologies come and go in the last 20 years, but none has fascinated me more than artificial intelligence. I know there's the thing with the term artificial intelligence. I know even the founders were not happy with that. But I call it AI because it sells better. Yeah.
Yes.
I'm in marketing, so I have to.
Yes.
But I love the idea that a machine can have ideas one day. Yeah? And the idea is by far the most important thing in the creative industry. So if there are super intelligent machines in the future, they will also be creative one day. And I think they already are. That's what my new company works on. And with every new project, my excitement grows. So to answer the question, maybe I think it's the most important technology since the invention of digital marketing.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Now in the second part, we would like to talk a bit about AI in creative. And what is very interesting to see here is that AI, and you also mentioned this, Michael Katzlberger, briefly, AI is pretty much, it's not straightforward the technology topic. It's always at the intersection of philosophy, culture, art, and technology. So you also see this in applications. There are lots of AI, let's say AI usage here, which is not strictly for business. Think of DALL-E. I think we had this today already a couple of times, where into text and pictures are created. Or very large language models like GPT-3. Again, you give the model a couple of bullet points, and it will do the copywriting, or it will write a Google ad or a Facebook ad automatically. So what we would like to know from you is what sparked your creative interest in applying AI, or what are the most fascinating topics for you at the moment where AI is really used to create something? And yeah, let's start with Annelie here.
Yeah, happy to answer this question. So for me, AI is and will always be definitely an enabler. So it will never be a standalone product or an end in itself or something that fascinates because it's just AI. For me, it's really a powerful mean to better understand customers, to reach customers with targeted messages. One that really helps creators also to select the right messages for the audience, maybe. And also the fear which we had in the beginning, to come back to Michael Kollegger's statement on the beginning of AI and machine learning, you name it. So the fear of being replaced by AI was not confirmed at all. So I find that aspect very interesting, because actually opposite happened. So with really massive data sets we are having now, especially in marketing and data-driven marketing mainly, we still need human beings to make sense of it, to teach AI. So AI will, or is at least at the moment, and will be also for a longer term, I think, depend on our intelligence. And I think when AI, so artificial intelligence and human intelligence, go hand in hand together, there will come out the best experience, actually. And this is also true for all experience cloud efforts, which we also heard before from our Adobe colleague. So I see actually big opportunities in job creation, in creating of more relevant products, more relevant messages, and being more targeted and less spammed. And as you're asking also for a specific example, so I was thinking for a longer time about this question, but one example was maybe filters. Because this is a powerful tool which also helps creators in the end to manipulate images by generating new pieces of art, by generating new pixels, and can help to speed up workflows for those artists to achieve more realistic enhancements than maybe the artists would be able to do, and also in a faster time. One example is also, again, Adobe Photoshop, for example, with neutral filters, which uses AI to make various enhancements, including aging faces, changing impressions, zooming into photos even beyond resolution limitations. So I think as soon as you use AI for a product that's really relevant to the end user or to an employee, it's really powerful. And we have to recognize these moments of truth in AI.
Thank you very much. I find the points that you brought up especially interesting, because this is now the 13th event we are doing under the umbrella of AAIC, and we started almost exactly to the day 4 years ago in May 2018. And back then there was still a very broad public discussion: will the robots eat our jobs? And yeah, so basically in every keynote, this was a central element. No, the robots are not coming for your job. They can tell you if it's a cat or a glass, but this is like where the bucket stops. And now the discussion is shifting in the way augmenting human capabilities, like the examples you brought up. Perfect. So last but not least, the former US Michael Kollegger, which because you talked a lot in your keynote about analytics examples from retail, churn prediction, and so on.
Yes.
But when it comes to applied statistics and creativity, what sparked your interest the most?
Wow, that's a complicated question for me. I'm still the interest. I come from the mathematics background. I started out being interested in all the algorithms and stuff like that. And after time, of course, I knew that I couldn't survive alone on my mathematic instincts, so that I had to get out to the real world and try to find some application for that stuff. And it's always what I like about the whole idea about artificial intelligence is how we can enlighten our customers and tell them things that they did not know before. There's certain retailers out there that have been in business for hundreds of years. And within a relatively short time, artificial intelligence helps us to understand what their business is and helps us to understand what is really going on with their customers. And most of the times, that's very different of what, or the ideas behind that are very different of what our customers had in their mind and based their decisions on in the past.
Michael, I very much like your interesting point, which is kind of like what I feel or take more the logical approach, right? Kind of like finding the insights, enlightening customers with findings they did not previously know. And there's always the huge controversy about artificial creativity. can there be something new created? And that's a question I would like to address to Michael Katzlberger, because you say you believe in artificial creativity. So what's an application that sparked your interest at the intersection of art and technology here?
Yeah. First, I have the biggest respect for all mathematicians and statistic guys who make this possible. I'm not a performance advertising guy, I'm more on the creative side, looking for the creative ghost in the machine. So I focused on AI applications that are able to deliver creative output. So I was pretty interested in the transformer architecture, GPT, GAN, and deep learning applications to compose music, for example. The piece of music we heard in the break was from us. So the progress in this field is fascinating. And the curve is like this.
Okay, so maybe we would like to turn to the last part of our panel discussion, talking a little bit also about the agency business, which went from analog to digital, so digital channels, digital tools. And maybe, Annelie, you could give us some more insight here where you think AI in creativity and creative sectors will have the largest impact here.
Yeah, maybe I can dock on what I have said before. So when we really accept that AI is never an end in itself, then we immediately come to the question of relevance. And everybody wants to be relevant, of course, but really how to understand the customer and how to bring the right message at the right time at the right moment is still a challenge. And this is where AI can really jump in. However, that's not always the best use case ever. So I also know from my professional life that clients often approach us willing to spend a good amount of money, but not in Austria mainly, to be at the very forefront of innovation. Yeah, they want to be the most innovative company in the world and come at the forefront of innovation, often with AI, of course, chatbots, big thing. But then I'm often playing a bit the role of the customer police or the customer relevance police, saying AI in the long run will succeed if it's, we heard it also from Fernando, but with a few preconditions. If it's built on trust, if it's run responsibly, so usually it means to be supervised and not running alone, unsupervised. That's always a bit dangerous. And when it creates relevance, so it's not an end in itself that you say, I want to be innovative, so let's do something with AI. Let's do something with AI. No, it's not going to work. You have to create a story around it and have to put it in context. Context is always key.
Great. So it's not solution in search of a problem, but take a problem and solve it even better with AI. So now actually comes the part where we still have prepared a couple of questions, but since this is a live event, maybe we can switch to Slido because the questions for the panel are now coming in and we want to use the remaining time to take the questions from the audience. So let me take the first one. That's from Patrick. Patrick is asking, how do you see the future role of humans in creative processes? In my opinion, we will be responsible for providing correct input and curating the results of AI creation. Yeah, this is obviously a question I would like to ask Annelie, because you are in the agency business. So what is your take on this one?
Yeah, fully agree for now, but I would not limit it to this for the future. As I said, it will always go hand in hand with a human. With human learning and human guidance, but human guidance might become less and less. So I think this will be the future state. And as also Fernando said, we're more in the desert, at the maximum in the forest of AI. And until we get to the jungle and the AI becomes a self-service, it will take quite a long time. So I would agree to this definitely for now. But maybe Michael Katzlberger can also add to it.
I think the agency of the future will have less people and AI as a backbone. So the agency of the future, in my in my mind, in my opinion, will scale via the machines and not humans. So
Good.
maybe a lot of people don't want to hear that, but I think so.
And now I have perhaps a little bit unflattering comparison, but when I hear this, I'm reminded of the incredibly exciting topic of accounting and bookkeeping. And if you look in old newspapers from the 60s, the headlines are saying, "Oh my God, accountants all will be put out of business because you have electric calculators." They were coming from Japan back then. And now with the benefit of the hindsight, the job of the accountant completely changed. But at the same time, you also have far more accounting companies. So in total, the number of accountants increased. Do you foresee something similar in creative, that like with better tools, it becomes easier to start your own creative agency or a small agency, and as a result, the total number will increase?
You asking me?
Yeah, both. Actually,
Yeah.
all three of you. It would be interesting to get your take if this is another, let's say, field where technology is lowering the bar, and as a result, you have more people participating in the workforce.
Yeah, I mean, I believe in this hybrid approach. So human and AI in symbiosis with the potential to create completely new creative ideas that would not have thought before. But I'm not sure if the agencies in Austria they are too big. I think there is not enough work for them. For 100 people in one agency, so the market is too small for that.
That's an important. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm finished.
This because it's a very important point. I really find it very smart, Clemens, your example and your comparison to the accountants. However, I think it's not the AI which is driving the greatness of the accountancy companies, but it's the market. And so it is also it's also true for agencies. If the market is not performing, if there is not enough ask and demand for agency work, it will shrink. Of course, it's not the AI which will be the key driver. But still, I would also agree that the more AI and the more data you have, you also need more agency people and creatives and creators to complement the picture. So you will probably never go alone with AI. You will still have the need the creative part.
Thank you.
I have an idea of my opinion to that. So in my opinion, AI is still just a tool. Of course, it's an enabler, but it's still just a tool, and AI won't do anything crazy in the next couple of years. Of course, there's going to be a change in data in job structure. So AI is going to replace a couple of jobs probably in the near future. But on the other hand, a lot of different jobs are created. Like in an agency, agencies didn't have to work with a lot of work with data in the past. And nowadays, since they are going to switch over to a data-driven agency, they need to bring in different data guys or people that work with the data, prepare the data. So there's just probably a shift of jobs. So we will not lose any jobs by the end of the day in total numbers, but it's a shift in structure.
I would like to take the last answers on this question and kind of like to merge it with one question from the audience as a short roundup before we move to the conclusions of our panel. And the question is quite on spot and on point. AI has been along for quite some time now. Dr. Javad Sabaksh says for 25 years. And the question is, what's new basically in the creative industry? So maybe a short statement or take from all of you on this point.
I'm going to jump in there. Like I said, what's new is that the many big companies jumped on the bandwagon and provide now artificial intelligence service. They are big on marketing. So there's a lot of people get the word or the idea that artificial intelligence is out there, and it has become bigger and bigger over the last years. Like I said, it has been around. Artificial intelligence has been around for probably longer than 25 years. But with the help of the big companies and the big medias and newspapers and magazines and, of course, the internet, it just got to the point where we are right now. And it's going to be bigger over the next couple of years.
Yeah, I also have the feeling that the companies are getting also a bit more cautious about AI and are not so quickly into buying any AI solution, but really wanting to understand what it does and maybe also what risks it brings. And I think it's a really good trend, and I think it's important to also consult as a consultancy our clients in not only what excitement it brings, what benefits, but also their risks, as we need to talk openly about that. And the clients, our different companies, CEOs, stakeholders, to also read newspapers, and they know what can happen with AI if it's not used responsibly.
As I said before, I'm completely fascinated, and in addition to that, AI tools also help us enormously in research, production, saving time and money. So every client will profit from that.
So thank you all very, very much for your input. I think it's now time to hand over to you, Clemens, for a short roundabout and wrap-up of our panel.
That's not a difficult part. No.
The challenge.
Challenge accepted. No, I mean, it was interesting to see, because I mean, obviously all of us had preparation talks, but what you were saying now, or let's say on this panel, also echoes what we heard both from the questions and what we saw in the keynotes. So point one is the topic of analytics was just evolving over the last 20 years, and whereas it used to be a relatively dumb tool, let's say analytics, think of a better calculator. Michael Kollegger also mentioned Microsoft Excel. Yeah, this is like the classic. You're now going to more sophisticated tools where you also understand the customer better. Understanding the customer better, but also means that you have tools which make it easier or empower you to serve your customers better. This can be like in the area of copywriting, can be in the area of more sophisticated Photoshop tools, as Annelie mentioned, and so on. What will be interesting to see is how the role of the agency plays out. I mean, of course, it's market driven, as the three of you said. But like, what will be the magic spot? Like, will there be lots of SME enterprises, or will you have like conglomerates which will dominate in the future? So this is still up for grabs. I think it's also, when it comes to ready-made solution, it will be very interesting to see what the startups especially present tomorrow, because there we also have many of them which are directly working in the field of enabling you to be, let's say, they don't enable you to be more creative, but they help you with the creative work, or they help you with the analytics and so on. So with this, I would also like to close the panel. Thanks a lot from all of you. And as always, if there's any information you would like to show to the audience or share with the audience, send us a few lines. We either make it via ticker or later when we make the send out. And last but not least, we will redecorate the stage again. And Michael Katzlberger, we will see you soon for your keynote in 5 minutes. So thanks a lot. Enjoy your day.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Hello, welcome back, Michael Katzlberger. Thank you for joining our panel session and dropping in again.
Thanks for having me.
Hello. So we are very excited about your keynote, and since we were talking about, magic and the ghost, the creative ghost in the machine, we are kind of like looking very much forward to your keynote under the title Creative AI.
Thank you.
Yeah. So as always, and this is also going to the audience, during Michael's talk, please feel free to write us questions on Slido so we can grill Michael live on the stage afterwards with all the nice questions you're going to send us.
Oh my God.
Creative ones.
Grilling me in English. Thanks, Clemens.
We're working on it. Great. So yeah, if you could show your slides now.
Yeah, hope it works.
Perfect.
Do you see the next one too?
Yes.
Okay.
First. See you.
Okay, thank you and hello. Thanks for having me. My first real professional encounter with artificial intelligence, apart from my lifelong love for science fiction, was in 2016. I was in a bit of depression, having worked in the advertising industry for almost 20 years. My business had always been digital, to say, and quite successful, but still repeating all the time, the same patterns. In spring, we sold cars, did heart animations for Valentine's Day and Mother's Day, and in summer, we sold barbecue stuff, and at Christmas, cell phones and rates. I was on a quest, you can say. There had to be more. And then I stumbled into the term singularity. And after reading Nick Bostrom's mega hit best-selling book, Superintelligence, I quickly knew nothing will ever be the same as before. Artificial intelligence is not just the next big thing, as Steve Jobs would say, it's a revolution that is triggering profound changes in our society. A computer model replacing, replicating the human brain. Infinitely scalable. Woo-ha. So if computers, according to singularity experts, one day will surpass human intelligence, will my children still have work? What about prosperity? Or will we slide into a total Black Mirror-like surveillance state? But the question that actually interested me most, aside from the ethic questions, was, can AI be creative? Will it develop consciousness? Will it have goals one day? And so, if so, what will that look like? Will AI create things that we cannot even imagine yet? Will it do unexpected things? So I was thinking, new technology, cool. We are good at that. We will have a look at this AI thing, implementing solutions in our customer projects. And then we are miles ahead of the competition. At that time, we had big corporate custom clients like T-Mobile, Mazda, IKEA, MediaMarkt, and many others. So, so much for my 2016 plan, world domination, at least in the advertising industry. How naive I was. Here comes an excerpt from our first AI experiment. Our idea was we feed a language model from Google with advertising text of the past centuries, and the machine writes the perfect slogans and marketing copy text. Sounds good, doesn't it? It was a total fail. Read the first line here. Passion is the only animal that has rubbed itself raw. Emancipation is the only place that is not in charge. Well, not a masterpiece and useless for advertising. Unfortunately, we had similar results with music production, really bad. But we didn't give up. And I realized at the time that this was the beginning of something very special. In 2022, I'm laughing at that, due to the progress of large language models are making. But let's stick to that later. And then I started to focus and we were playing around. AI in the creative industry was the topic, still way too big, but it offered a lot of room for experiments. And we quickly implemented projects for our large clients using open source scripts and cloud services by Google, Amazon, and Microsoft. We were playing around. So one of our first projects was a radio commercial generator. We did radio commercials for MediaMarkt Saturn, spoken by synthetic voices, shortening the production times. We programmed a generator that could deliver radio commercials in seconds. You could select the language, a voice, male or female, marketing text, and finish your work. The entire radio commercial was mixed in the cloud, almost in real time. The concept was very simple. No human speakers, no recording studio needed. We automated the whole process, and everyone could produce a radio commercial now. Yeah, further, we produced a mobile ad for Mazda that used AI to read images of cars and design a matching new Mazda model. So let's take a quick look here. You take a picture of your old car, upload it, the AI analyzes it, color, shape, size, type, and finds the perfect Mazda model for you with funny answers related to the input. Of course, we knew not only pictures of cars were uploaded, so we also had the right answer for pictures with beer and other things. We also did digital billboards that respond to people in the environment and change the subject, like this one for the Autism Center in Lower Austria. It was placed on a railway station and changed its behavior depending on the number of people passing by. We wanted to draw attention to the behavior of autistic children who often overreact in stressful situations. I mean, that's AI for good, actually. Meanwhile, there are many software tools out there that make your work in the creative industry a lot easier. Adobe and others do a very good job here. I really like the neural filter in Photoshop. We heard it before. And I'm a big fan of the style transfer applications that show the power of AI in graphics. Style transfers are very useful for special effects in picture and video editing. So imagine you're a producer and you want to publish a comic magazine, manga, whatever, for the younger target groups, like the TikTok generation. In the past, you would have to draw every line by yourself in painstaking detail. Today, you could theoretically do that with photos and use AI to apply a style of your choice to the images and videos. Here you can see an example. Yeah, in the meantime, even the characters and the storylines are developed by AI, like in Python. This is a Japanese comic. And to the right, you see a robot arm that draws the character invented by AI. So this is an AI-driven comic manga. That's cool. But the transfers work as well with videos. Here's an example. So you can draw a picture on a napkin of a beer, whatever. And then you take a video of your choice, and the style gun does the rest and transfers your work to the video. This would also be a great application for the use in museums, for example. Maybe you see it in some series in Netflix too. But it also works great on aging processes. As in this example we did here as part of an experiment. We wanted to see how realistic we could make aging and rejuvenation processes. I think this works very well. I mean, what for, could you ask? You save an enormous amount of time and money by using these tools. In 2020, we created sets for a theater play by the performance duo Yulalina in Syria. In each act of the play, AI appeared on stage in different guises. We created GAN images, aging processes, synthesized music. We created deepfakes and even made Arabic translations with AI to help the actresses learn the foreign language text. When we worked with the theater duo, we intensively studied GAN to make AI images and art. GAN has been invented by Jan Goodfellow, you maybe know him, and it stands for Generative Adversarial Networks. We also studied different language models from GPT, from OpenAI, and we love Megatron of NVIDIA. And we were especially looking for the strange and surprising things that the machines produce. We were even looking for the mistakes they do. To wrap this up, we are still definitely looking for the creative ghost in the machine, as I said before. And sometimes we find this ghost and watch him at work. So let's have a look. Here is a very recent out-of-home marketing campaign we did for the co-working space Talent Garden in Vienna. The advertising claims for this campaign are made by AI. So our idea was to feed different language models with the client briefing, website content, a social media sentiment analysis we did in advance, and let the AI have ideas. After that, a creative director with a lot of experience, of course, curates the output. And ta-da, it worked very well after a few tries. And the client was surprised by the output of the machine. Here you can see the results in German and English. Marketing texts written by AI. Yeah, in the last 2 years, the request for AI-generated text increased a lot. We produced AI poems, essays, answers for textbooks, museums, poetry slams, and similar events, especially on certain topics. Usually, the customer specifies the topic. So, for example, work and life balance. And our language models, we use different models, as I said, from Google, NVIDIA, and OpenAI, writes text. There have been and still are many discussions between intellectuals and technicians, of course, about this topic, creative AI. A lot of criticism, and they say a machine can never be creative as a human. They say a machine has to learn. They say machine needs data, structured data. They say a lot of things. And my answer is always the same. And humans, they also learn, they grow. Humans are also fed with books, TV shows, social media, etc. And yeah. But the criticism, if the criticism is constructive, that's absolutely fine. Yeah, we even co-wrote an article including pictures for the Neue Zürcher Zeitung in 2022 with questions about creativity, which were also answered by AI language models. And these answers were exciting, stylistically totally different, sometimes almost humanly touching. In any case, highly interesting. And in the course of this project, we also instructed a GAN, we heard that before, to draw itself. And this is the result. Dystopian, isn't it? This is the self-portrait of an AI, of a GAN, exactly. The machine didn't just take a picture here, it took a series of pictures. In that sense, it has evolved. And sorry for that image. Here are a few more works of ours using GAN. Some of them which we are already selling on as NFTs on platforms like OpenSea. And this is the answer of a GAN about the future of Bitcoin. It has drawn a golden bull. I wonder what that means. Well, you can cry now with me, crypto investors. Yeah. Next one. This is how the GAN envisions dark matter. Nobody knows what dark matter looks like. The AI apparently does. And here is the answer of the machine to the question about the future of human species. The GAN draws living beings here, which cannot be really recognized as if they were from another world. And this picture refers to the Ukraine conflict. The AI draws blue and yellow smoke after a missile attack. And an angel, it seems. That's really crazy. Seems almost sakar, like a holy picture. And here are a few more. We did this here. I mean, for filmmakers, theater people, set designers, and photographers, a great source of inspiration, I think. These machines generate images are one of a kind. Yeah, currently we're working on many projects where we are wildly combining the output of the language model and the image models. Like in this very recent project for IBM Germany, a live show that was broadcasted from the Watson Center in Munich. And at this event, we contributed AI-generated graphics, videos, and music tracks. And these we wove into the event. Each expert topic was assigned the appropriate graphic: cloud data, cybersecurity, quantum computing, and so on, all generated by AI. Exactly, GAN exactly. This is what it looked like in the Watson Center. Even the Watson Center itself interpreted by a GAN. And you see, even Spot from Boston Dynamics watched the event. Yeah, but GAN doesn't just draw abstract pictures. It has more economic benefits than you would think. Next example. Here is our current project for Außenwirtschaft Austria, WKO. It was a great cooperation between fashion designers from Austria and Rwanda. And our job was to introduce AI to the employees of the fashion industry by showing them the different technical possibilities they can use in their businesses. Among other things, and you can see it here, so you can see this here, that they have only have to do one photo shoot, and then the AI can take over. For example, the preparation of the pictures for worldwide markets, in which it changes model pictures and depicts different ethnicities. Yeah? On the left, you see the original, and on the right, you see the computer-generated GANs. Yeah. Briefly described, we generate human faces that do not exist in the real world, select the suitable ones with the client, and transfer these faces to the existing model images. It's uncomplicated and rights-free. Normally, this is not financially feasible for smaller companies with real models and photo shootings in terms of production costs. With AI, it is possible. So let's scroll through some GAN works for the industry we did. Here you can see the beautiful pictures, original left and the GAN on the right side. Yeah, they look so realistic. It's incredible. These are not humans. Of course, it works with cats too. This is my hangover cat I did. Yeah, and here you can see some fails. That's pretty interesting. Look at the eye. What happened to her eye? Is this art? I'm asking. Yeah. And last but not least, AI composed music is currently also very popular. Why? It's rights-free, no stress when publishing, and our clients love that. Did you know that David Bowie used algorithms for his famous album Outside? Now you know. He invented a computer program called Verbicizer with a friend in San Francisco to use cut-up techniques for his lyrics. Cut-up is a technique designed to add the element of chance in the creative process. This guy was ahead of his time. Unfortunately, he died in 2016, but he would certainly try out this piece of software I'm gonna show you now. Jukebox of OpenAI. In April 2020, the team of OpenAI released a machine learning framework that generates music, including rudimentary songs as a raw audio in a range of genres and musical styles. And Jukebox was trained with 1.2 million songs and pieces of music from various musicians, composers, and bands. So imagine you are a pop star from, let's say, the 90s, and you had a worldwide hit in the charts, but it was a one-hit wonder, okay? And your producer demands a new hit from you, a bit, I know this sounds a bit abstract, but let's listen. So what you're gonna hear now is the famous hit, Take On Me from AHA. The first 9 seconds, and then after 9 seconds, the AI Jukebox takes over. So let's listen.
Talking away, I don't know what I'm missing. Say right away, today's another day. Find you, shine away. I'm the sun for you. Say on me, set me going, sit on me, it's on me.
Yeah, still not perfect, but that's where the journey goes. I mean, this is cool. And this is just the beginning, 2020. Everybody can write hits now. It's not that easy, of course. As a human, you have to curate all these tracks, thousands of them. I did some work in this field and produced about 18,000 AI tracks till today. And about 99% of the songs are crap. You cannot use it. But let's listen now to a piece of music I chose when we trained with the old masters, Mozart, Haydn, Beethoven, and others. Let's listen to this song we did in 2021, I guess. Yeah, even the instruments sound real here. The whole piece is made with AI. I find that fascinating. We can also produce house music, hip hop, jazz, and other genres. To wrap this up, the world needs fresh ideas, I think, and AI can have good ones, or at least inspire us and put us on the right track. And the future is bright. Maybe heard of Gato, the latest development of Google's DeepMind team. And this one is heading for artificial general intelligence. The pre-trained Gato model can do image captioning, engage in interactive dialogue, control a robot arm, among many other tasks. To make it short, I think one day AI can be creative. So let's get people excited about artificial intelligence, and above all, put it into simple words too. Yeah, let's make AI accessible to all citizens. And the best way to do that is probably to make projects that everybody understands, and then market them smartly. AI is not evil. Only the people who abuse it are evil. You know? And yes, I know it's a hard and rocky road to study AI, but don't be afraid. AI is one of the most important inventions of mankind. And yeah, this is the end. Thank you for your attention.
So thank you very much, Michael, and especially for this amazing selection of real world examples that it's basically your creative work over the last couple of years.
Yeah, right.
I mean, as you can imagine, we received quite some questions, and by far we'll not have the time to answer all this type of questions. So let's pick up the first one. It's about money, so it's also the most upvoted one. It's asking, don't clients pay less for AI-generated content?
A very good question. Yeah, probably a lot of agencies already use AI and tell the client, humans did it. I don't do that. My business model is very transparent. So I tell them the ideas are from the AI, and we augment the whole thing.
Maybe just to continue with another question relating to resources and so on, how much effort do need to be put into AI curating results, and what product duration, production duration, do you usually have?
Yeah, every minute I have. So I'm doing decoration when I'm running. I like sports. I'm running in the woods and listen to all these songs. I started the whole thing when there was the first Corona crisis. I was running every day, listen to the music and say good, bad, and make the choice. And then you have this selection of tracks which land on Spotify later on. So the best tracks are on Spotify. We did.
NOAA 9000, isn't it?
NOAA 9000, yes, right.
Excellent. Yeah, I think we still have time for one final question.
Okay, you ask the final question. I do the roundup. The funny one.
Sounds like a deal. That's a very practical question. Which open source AI tools do you use?
For research, I really like tools like Brain24. Or we use. You ask me too quick. We're using a lot of tools. I can make a list and send it to you if you want.
Yeah, or I think, isn't it? You have a blog. I think on your blog.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you can find a lot on my blog.
Good. Right. So, question not answered, but we will send you the link to Michael's blog, because he's been writing about this since 3 years.
Yeah,
or 4 years.
We are documenting our projects very exactly, so you can find it there. It's GPT-3. It's Megatron of NVIDIA. It's some Postnet of Google. You can find a lot of these scripts on GitHub we use.
So then thank you very much. I have the great pleasure to round up this presentation and this keynote with kind of like a very funny aspect on the question, can AI be creative? Yes, it definitely can, because one user reported the future of Bitcoin rather looks like a ghost than a bull. So there you go. There is a ghost machine somewhere. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Then also kind of like reach out, use the networking options to book sessions, stay in touch, and we will be joining shortly for the next session after a short rearrangement of the stage.
Thank you.
Great.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See you. Bye-bye.
Hello, and thank you for joining in again for our interview with our special guest, Michael Otter, and of course, Clemens Wasner. A small housekeeping matter again, since the session will be recorded as a single session and will be also available on YouTube later. Michael, maybe you would like to introduce yourself for our guests.
Well, thank you very much. My name is Michael. I'm head of Advantage Austria, the worldwide Austrian trade promotion organization with about 100 offices all over the world.
Thank you very much for joining. Maybe a first question to you. You said you're kind of like head of Austria's trade promotion organization. Why does your organization organize or participate in such events like the Applied AI conference in sales and marketing, which is basically part of B2B matchmaking and an event with a strong focus on innovation features?
Well, the main thing was, I think, this innovation feature, and it all started a couple of years ago where we saw, I just mentioned, we have about 100 offices all over the world. We have about 750 people working for us, and all my staff, they speak about 75 different languages. So it's quite a powerful network distributed all over the world. And what we realized is roughly 10 years ago, we don't only want to use this network to promote Austrian experts, which was our core task, but we want these 750 people to act as sensors in bringing innovation into Austria. So the idea was to bring the best of Austrian innovation out to the world, but also to bring the best innovations from all over the world into Austria. And by the way, not many people know we have many hidden champions in Austria, which we also wanted to promote.
Thank you very much. A very worthy cause and a good goal. Maybe switching to Clemens. Many participants may be quite surprised that Austria organizes such an event. I mean, what makes Austria special in the field of AI?
I think the panel only has 30 minutes, so I will make this as short as possible. I mean, Michael mentioned that Austria is full of hidden champions. And this is also something you can see in the AI space. So we have a lot of companies in the field of ag tech and green tech. This is, for example, in the videos we play during the breaks all the time. You see there are lots of companies doing this. We have companies which are among the pioneers when it comes to synthetic data. We are very good when it comes to regulation on a European level, like how to turn this into products and so on. So basically, insofar, the AI space reflects also the brick and mortar space when it comes to lots of hidden champions and specialization. On a broader level, there are, of course, countless studies have been done. How do the individual countries compare and so on? And even in the international studies, you see that Austria is always among the top 5 in the European Union when it comes to AI startup activity per capita, plus additionally, so-called deep tech startups within this, let's say, AI startups. And I think this is also special as it reflects, first of all, the R&D heritage we have in Austria. Like we talked a lot about language models today. I think most people that join today know that LSTM, like the standard translation model, was developed in Austria by Sepp Hochreiter. He's in Linz at the JKU. And as such, yeah, you also see many startups still have this very deep techy approach, because you can only be deep tech if you have graduates which form companies which are deep tech.
Fully makes sense. I mean, bringing this together, the large network and the organization, plus Austria, which has a lot of hidden champions. I mean, trying not to make them hidden, but seen champions. Maybe a question to you, Michael. Of course, your organization is an enabler in the field of innovation. A question that is probably very interesting to the audience. What kind of events and services does Advantage Austria offer to companies in the field of innovation?
Well, I think let me start what Clemens mentioned. He mentioned that the deep tech Austrian startups, they couldn't have been that successful if they wouldn't have had a collaboration with international companies, with other people around the world. So the innovation doesn't happen in an isolated region or in an isolated country. So that's definitely true. Building something new doesn't happen in an isolated country. So our main task, a part of this innovation task, is to be a bridge builder. We want to connect companies from abroad innovators from abroad, scholars from abroad. We want to connect them with Austrian companies. And we want to connect them through physical platforms and through digital platforms. It makes no difference. But the idea is to be this bridge builder. And by doing so, we have a couple of standard events like this digital platform you see here. We have usually trade missions. We have future journeys where we learn from top universities all over the world, be it Stanford or University in Tokyo or in Singapore. This is the standard repertoire. What the future is bringing up, we want to think more in a sense of communities. I briefly mentioned these 100 offices all over the world, and each office has, of course, their own network. Each office has their own contacts to companies, scholars, students, again, innovators. But the future idea will, how can we connect these different networks? How we can connect Singapore people with Tokyo people and with Paris people? How can we connect Sweden, New York, and South Africa? So how can we connect our contacts in this different region together, so even on innovation in a broader sense can happen, and we call it somehow network multiplicator. So we want to multiplicate our networks for even more connections all over the world. So kind of an innovation community. There's definitely approaching coming up. And last not least, we also want to bring this platform AAIC to the next level. And we are currently thinking about bringing it to use this platform, again, this network, if I may say so, as an agenda setter for all the topics concerning AI. So this is the projects which are coming up.
Thank you very much. So for everybody, keep Advantage Austria in mind when it comes to ecosystems and networks. I mean, I would like to take up one point you mentioned, and that's the point of building bridges or connecting. And an interesting question that comes to my mind looking at the AAIC, how did your collaboration start? So the collaboration of Advantage Austria and AI Austria. Maybe Clemens.
This is actually a very good question, because when you, how did you call it, the network?
Incubator, multiplicator.
Network multiplicator, it actually started with a network incubator, because in every odd year, this means 2017, 19, 21, and so on, the Advantage Austria is also organizing the MIT Europe. It's a 2-day conference. And I remember, I think both of us were like freshly back from East Asia. This was like the event in Austria, you know, no fluff. You have the best researchers in the world talking about the most forward-looking stuff, satellites for $30,000 and AI. And I still remember there were workshops in the afternoon, and the workshop on digitalization, there were like 70 people. They had the entire room for themselves. For AI, there was a table with 4 people and the MIT researcher. And I was thinking, wow, how is this possible that so few people come? But on the other hand, it was also good because you get lots of face time with the researcher. And this is how the let's say, the idea started, yeah, let's use this and just make it bigger and make an event for it. And since the MIT Europe is taking place in every odd year anyway, let's use the even year. And we started in 2018 to make something big. And what started as an annual event is now an entire conference series. This is now the 13th event, and yeah, more to come, and broader to come, if I paraphrase what you just said regarding our plans. Maybe one last thing to add, what I think is special about it. First of all, it's still around. Most of the AI events that started 4 years ago, they went out of business. So this is like, it was correct from us to go on the applied side and also shift the focus each time, because just with a broad AI event, you will sooner or later, it will be too fluffy. You have to go into the niche. And the second one is, both of us, we are not for-profit entities. So basically the speakers, they don't get the speaker fee. The moderators, the non-profit partner, none of us gets any fees. Also, the video crew doesn't get any fees. Nah, sorry, just kidding. But it helps in speaker recruitment. And for example, Adobe, or tomorrow we will have Sony Computer Science Labs from Paris. We had from the United Arab Emirates high-profile people. You don't get them in a paid setting, because these people go perhaps to 3 events per year, and if it's a paid event, they also ask you for like 10 or 20K. So I think this sort of providing everything for free is definitely one of the main advantages we have.
Yeah, maybe I can add, and well, it leaves me because it definitely these AAIC, they always had consistently more than 1,000 people attending. I mean, this is really a huge success. So thank you, Clemens, but thank you also the whole team behind the scenes, because they really took it off. Thank you very much at this stage for the whole team organizing it.
So thank you to the team. Thank you for bringing this up, of course. And I sense a lot of connections. So not only the Asia connection, but obviously the deep, deep passion for AI and for this event and for growing the community and bringing innovation further. Michael, I heard Advantage Austria itself considers to apply AI. Can you give us a little bit of more insight or information on this?
Yeah, Clemens mentioned applied artificial intelligence, obviously the topic of the conference. And so I think each company, each organization has to think about how you can apply AI, how you can apply algorithms, how you can apply technology to improve your service, to improve your product. I mean, some companies, of course, they only live from AI, but I think each other companies have to think, how can you use this to improve your services? So Advantage Austria is a consulting company. Basically, it's a consulting company with a very strong human factor. So I think our main USP is the human-to-human connection. Our main USP is the bridge builder. And again, I'm personally convinced that even in the future, this human-to-human, the deep contact, not the fake, the deep contact, will be the main USP of a trade promotion organization or whatever organization we are, connecting people. But then, of course, there is this human premium, how we call it. Human premium means you have to think about how can we even better make this USP. Well, that's our USP. But how can we improve our USP using technology? And in that sense, we use different technologies, but also AI. And if I may mention just one project, which is still a little bit secret, it's a pilot. We call it business intelligence, where we try to using algorithms, using OSINT, open source information, using open source information and algorithms to anticipate export opportunities, to anticipate export possibilities for Austrian companies. And as I mentioned, the pilot is running. It gets better by, the first 3 months was an information overload. What was the incoming information? So it wasn't really hopeful. We were not really hopeful there's something better, but now suddenly, from day to day, it's getting better and better and better and better. And we are now at a stage where we really, when the companies are testing it, where we say, wow, it's interesting because it's really some information advantage we have. Well, again, anticipating export opportunities. And some of the companies, they tested it on the field, and on the field, meaning the international salespeople checked it out, people sitting in the foreign countries, something they didn't know. So the algorithm was able, through open source information, to find export opportunities which the people on the ground the experts on the ground didn't see. And this is what I mean, human premium, because what happens afterwards, you get this information in, but then again, as the consulting agents, you have to verify it. Well, it doesn't help. Definitely you have to verify the information. You have to talk to people. You have to talk to the people where this export opportunities project comes up. And that's the factor where we improve our services. And if easy spoken, 20 years ago, somebody sitting in India, I've been reading the newspaper and maybe I found an interest in export opportunities. Nowadays, it pops up on my screen because the algorithm found it through open source information. And we're getting there.
Very interesting. That's another point why we do these events. We can ask about secret projects and get some responses.
Oops.
So, as mentioned before, you both have an Asia passion and connection. Maybe asking a question relating more to geographic approach, since you've both been in Asia and experienced the AI ecosystem there. Maybe starting with Clemens and then to Michael. Do you see a different approach to AI, to the technology?
Yes. Next question. This is an incredibly broad question. Let's start with the differences. I think the main difference, of course, is China, because China is gigantic, and China also has by far the strongest focus on AI. It's even from a government perspective, it's much stronger than in the United States, because of course the government is doing more centralized planning, So they're investing triple-digit billions in AI initiatives until 2030. So this is gigantic. It's although it's, let's say, steered by the government, it's still venture capital driven. And what's interesting is that you both have consumer internet companies, think of TikTok or think of Alibaba, which are doing trade, or also think of lots of autonomous driving or e-commerce and so on. But at the same time, China is also, they say in their 5-year plan that one of the stated goals is to raise the degree of automatization so that you no longer need to outsource later on production to even lower cost countries. So I find this, in my opinion, the most interesting point in China, because this is very concrete. It's not something, oh, we need X% of growth and Y% of efficiency. No, they say they want to be the last location where production was moved to for efficiency reasons or for cost reasons, because the Chinese government somehow is otherwise afraid that if the costs are rising in China, production will sooner or later go to Vietnam, to further Southeast Asia, to Africa, and so on. And they really see automation and AI as a central tool to avoid this from happening. And that's what I mean. This is a very concrete thing that you can see up until 2030. As far as Japan is concerned, I would look in your direction.
Yeah, I could discuss about China now for hours, but that's probably not the right. Because I tried to answer this question on a more general approach, because I think it's an interesting question. You talked about, are the Asians adopting technologies like AI? So it's the general approach. In a different way than Europeans or Americans. This was how I understood the question, and it made me thinking, because I think, well, basically, if it comes to incremental you mentioned adopting new technologies. So in my sense, it's incremental, so the small step innovations, adopting new incremental innovation. I would say, yes, the Asians are very good. I mean, if not Japan, if you talk about Japan and Southeast Asia, they are excellent, I think, when it comes to incremental innovation, small step, improving the products, adopting early adopters for the new technologies. When it comes to disruptive innovation, now again, Japan, I mean, I don't know, when the last one was maybe the when you've been there too, it's the Walkman in the...
That was like
40 years.
I still have one at home.
See, this was it.
Relic.
Yeah, but you can use it now in a museum probably. It was the disruptive innovation, which kind of, well, it was disruptive. This was a disruptive, but since then, I'm not that sure, maybe in the life science field. But so in my opinion, this is now very general. The Asians are better in incremental innovation, and they're very good in that. Very, very early adopters, even Southeast Asia, e-commerce, all this kind of stuff. No, but they're not, I mean, say it in a more diplomatic way. But for Europe and America, there's still a chance to be good in this disruptive innovation. So bringing really completely new concepts into the field. So that could be our chance also.
A very good point and a very good call to action to kind of like take our chances in this field. Talking about chances, challenges, and surprises. Clemens, what was the biggest surprise or the most surprising finding, learning of today's session?
Of all the sessions together, I think the broad scope of use cases, and in some cases, the duration over which it happened. So you saw from several speakers like Adobe, Accenture, or Michael Katzlberger, in the end, this is not something these people were doing for the last 12 months because, suddenly there are AI applications. They've been doing this for years and years and years. And it's interesting to see that, especially in the area of marketing, sales, and business intelligence, it's no longer a question if you should do it, like if you should apply AI, but you have such a broad scope of applications that the question is more, when should I use what? And I think this is, especially if I look back 2018 and 19, when last time we had the events here taking place, within a selected vertical, you had relatively few applications. And if you think, for example, of industry and manufacturing, like every company wanted to say they do predictive maintenance, like when will the machine break? And they will do quality control, like is the thing that the machine is producing, is it defective or not? And in the marketing and sales side, this is totally different. You have hundreds of different use cases and applications, and it doesn't matter if you're a software company, if you're a service provider, if you're an agency, even if it's an agency, are you a creative agency, or is it more like performance marketing and so on, up to a government agency? The scope of tools here is just mind-blowing.
Taking it up on that mind-blowing point and all the opportunities that are outside there. And of course, that this is not only kind of like an event for content and connection, but in particular also for B2B matchmaking and marketing. A question to you, Michael, which B2B matchmaking and networking events are still on your agenda?
Well, there are a lot. Actually, we organize about 10 per week now, but for the big ones, I mean, for the somewhere in the world, obviously. So there's usually 10 trade missions per week somewhere, anywhere in the world. Now, but the big platform, as I said, I think we try to be a bridge builder. We want to leverage the context we have abroad, meaning the buyers of possibly Austrian products, the buyers, the salespeople, we bridge them and we connect them with the Austrian companies. We obviously focus on Austria's core competencies. I mean, there's one is AI, as we just mentioned during the last 20, 30 minutes in the discussions. One is green tech. We had a huge platform, B2B platform like we do today, 1 or 2 weeks ago, with about 2,000 people from all over the world participating. We have an upcoming another strength field, food and beverages marketplace. I mean, Austria is also well known for its food and beverages worldwide. And this is somehow our largest platform happening at the same time here in Austria, with about 100 companies here in this house, and we bring about 150 buyers from all over the world to Austria. But the interesting thing is, it happens. We have also tastings and B2B meetings all over the world. So we do the same at the same time, happening in Wien, in Korea, in Japan, in New York, and in South Africa. So we do tastings at the same time, just a different place in the world. So that's the food marketplace, and there will be again machinery, another strength in Austria, another core competencies. There's the machinery days also happening somehow in autumn.
Wonderful. So rounding up our interview, and thank you to the two guests, to all the participants nationally and internationally. Keep in mind Advantage Austria, their broad international network, all the opportunities they provide for B2B matchmaking and networking, and the Applied AI conference and AI Austria, the ecosystem network player here. And thank you, Michael. Thank you, Clemens, for joining us for this interview. And to the participants, please stay tuned for our next keynote session, which we'll be announcing soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you for joining us back here. We have fortunate and unfortunate news. So I'm starting with the bad news first. Unfortunately, Raoul Totka from LinkedIn, who was supposed to join us, cannot join us because of illness. So we send him best wishes and get well very, very soon. And the good news is we have another speaker that we can announce now and will kind of like enlighten us with an international perspective. Clemens, who did we manage to drag to the stage?
No, I would not exactly call it dragging. But yeah, of course, this was a difficult situation, how to find a speaker on that level. And fortunately, last year at the AAIC 2021, we had the ecosystem deep dive on the UAE. And I still remember that Dr. Sohail back then was providing insights that the digital authority and the government there has a very strong focus on customer experience, customer journey, and using AI all along the way. So there was an endless list of use cases. So it was sort of natural, and it clicked, and we said we should talk with Dr. Sohail, especially now with the expo in the rearview mirror. Where was AI applied? What are the learnings and what to expect in the future? So with us on the stage, we welcome Dr. Sohail. Hello. You're still muted. You're still muted.
I need AI to solve this problem first, to unmute me.
Now your problem solved. Good news.
Hello, Dr. Sohail. Thank you very much for joining us from Dubai.
My pleasure. Thanks for the invitation.
So, I mean, I was at the expo this February, and I experienced Dubai and all the interesting and exhilarating projects, all the technology floating around basically, and all the innovation. And I think what would be very interesting to our guests is a short idea of where the Dubai government is applying AI. So what are the premier use cases Dubai is looking at and exploring further?
So, first, thanks for the introduction here. I mean, we started our AI journey back in 2016, where the idea was Dubai government, what we do is all citizen experiences. We see government as a service provider, and government is to provide very delightful services to the citizens. So an approach that we take and have excelled at is to look at all citizen journeys and to see where there is possible friction in those journeys and keep on eliminating those friction points. That has been an approach that we have been doing, while at the same time seeing where emerging technologies, AI, blockchain can disrupt these journeys. So while we started our blockchain initiative in 2016 with a actually mandate from the leadership of Dubai that by 2020 and by 2021, all of these journeys should be completely paperless and on wherever it is applicable on blockchain, which we achieved. That pretty much we looked at all citizen journeys and brought all of those journeys to be paperless. Any service that you want with the government of Dubai could be on an app. And now the next stage was where how these journeys could be enhanced with AI. So we started with, we created our first pilot of our chatbot happened in 2016. And after that, we collaborated with some of the global leaders, set up an AI lab, and developed a roadmap for Dubai for the next few years. Conducted workshops across government entities, came up with a lot of very meaningful use cases. And these use cases were across all sectors. So as I said, we initially started with chatbot. We developed a bot, we called it Rashid. Dubai is a small constituent, we have 4 million people only. So, so far we have about 300 to 400,000 questions that people have asked. We see an average of 270 questions daily, average conversation length of over 2 minutes, where somebody who wants to now start a business comes to a bot, inquires, the bot guides him to the right service from government of Dubai. So, I mean, that was how we began. So chatbot became a very logical first step. But we have use cases across all sectors. So when I look at transportation, the Road and Transport Authority is using AI in intelligent parking and getting customer insights, plus developing and to some extent have developed a cognitive concierge. When we look at emergency services, again, there's a cognitive concierge. For health services, I mean, the clinical performance insights, using AI heavily into eliminating health insurance wastage. In the tourism sector, we have a cognitive tourist advisor that is being worked on, looking at social media insights to promote tourism. Service with regards to immigration, where AI is used to come to Dubai. On the hardware side, pretty much now there are walkways or walk-through gates, which recognize use of facial recognition or iris recognition, or some of the very early use cases. In terms of education, there was a lot that was done, from matching the rights and the use cases that were identified, matching the right school to the right child, to the child. There were use cases around, looking at data analytics and trend to make informed decisions with regards to a student, cognitive facility compliance, school matching, qualification processing for students and faculty, using some cognitive capabilities for admission assessment and inspection life cycle, getting a 360-degree view of students with terms of academic and behavioral insights, and based on that, providing recommendations. Then there were use cases in autonomous transaction verification, risk analysis when it comes to law enforcement. We have seen use cases on tourist advisories. Dubai Airport has various AI use cases, cognitive concierge, getting customer insights, resource optimization. The land department, again, is around using data and AI, early stages for valuation. Then we are talking about driver score, another potential use case that we've been looking at. Now, amongst other things, we have in our Ease of Doing Business initiative, there's a platform called Invest in Dubai. So if you have to come set up a business, it guides you through, okay, what is the right business type for you, what you're trying to do. And then there are various AI applications that would be there, from recommendation engines. Okay, I see this bakery, ABC Bakers. Now, this is the kind of business that I like to do. Now, based on that, recommend to me what kind of license and permission should I be getting. So those kind of recommendation engines are coming up in various use cases. In emergency services, one part was which the Dubai Health Authority has worked on as a pilot was, I need a certain kind of resource in case of an emergency. There are various hospitals that would have those resources. My idea would be to get to the most optimal place where resources for a particular case. So these were some very obvious AI use cases that were identified. And at various stages of implementation, some of these use cases went to a POC, and after that, business cases were made. Some of these actually went to production. But these were use cases across all domains that we were looking at. Then, if you take the government aside, we also run a major technology arm. My organization that I work for is Dubai Digital Authority. And we develop various products, IT or software products for Dubai government, which is for government and the private sector. And we heavily use AI ops for operations, for supporting us in development. So those are some of the use cases that I've seen.
So thank you, Dr. Sohail, for this tour de raison, we need to say, for all the use cases that are applied or considered in Dubai government. I mean, we see from all what we have heard from you, it's from transportation, childcare, medicine, the legal kind of like field. There is a lot of use cases, digitalization happening in Dubai with a view to making customer or let's say citizen experience the most out of it. Maybe we should take a small step back, and maybe you could give us some input or some ideas for all the participants and governments potentially out there looking for how to select use cases. So how did you approach this? What were the main topics or the main background or the main reasoning behind choosing those specific use cases?
Thank you. Again, that's a very good question here. We actually took an AI first. The idea is to take an AI first strategy when you're looking at transforming citizen and customer experiences. Obviously, with Dubai government, many other places, we had a digital first strategy. When we develop any services, those are digital first. That was the founding stone of our paperless strategy, where all applicable, where pretty much now Dubai government does not issue or accept any piece of paper. And this was accomplished late last year, in December last year. But then the next step when you're looking at AI use cases is to have a AI first strategy to transform your citizen experiences. And then the next step is, infuse AI in operations where you can disrupt these business processes to eliminate friction from any place in the process. So that's where some of the approaches is cognitive engagement and having a cognitive advisor, using decision support systems, ensuring compliance, getting citizen insights, and based on that, responding to those insights. So, we are a smart city. One of our ambitions is to excel in our smart city initiatives. And what is it that makes a city smart, or what is it that makes anything smart? What makes anything smart is that feedback loop and your ability to respond to that feedback loop, right? You are in a house, you have an air conditioner that cools the machine, and the motor is going to keep on working. But if you provide the feedback loop that you want the temperature to be at 22 degrees centigrade, and now it has a sensor which provides the feedback what the current air is at, and it has an ability to respond to that, that makes the air conditioner smart. So what makes a city smart is exactly this. You have these sensors which are providing you insights. These sensors are not necessarily your IoT sensor. These sensors are also the feedback that is coming from people and the ability of city to respond to that, and so that makes a city smart. So a lot of these use cases that we have is with that ambition of using AI to make cities smart while we are transforming our customer experiences. So we actually conducted, I would say, these workshops with all stakeholders. We have divided the government into sectors. So real estate would be a sector, transportation is a sector, and then all of the stakeholders around that sector, we bring them together while we discuss with them the strategic imperatives that we have, one of the ambition that we have is to be the happiest city on earth. We use AI and technology to achieve that objective. So with that goals that you lay out, we had ideated, came up with various use cases, and then we were scoring and prioritizing those use cases. So in this process, the questions that one asks is to identify if it's a viable, number one, it's a viable use case, and it's a use case that will prioritize is that what are the pain points, points of friction that citizens and businesses are facing in Dubai today. Then what would be the business value that this use case would bring in? And, so that's how we kind of start in prioritizing. Then we would look at the financial benefit, if that is has a very significant financial return and a clear return. If what is the benefit in terms of the user experience, the citizen experience. Then the next is that if it is strategic alignment with the innovation part. And then the most important part, what makes or fails AI is the availability of data or the ability to actually get that data. So does that exist, or can we create that? Or if it exists in silos, can we then use data lake and other techniques to bring them together? And then finally, last but not least, if what we are seeking, if it is viable in terms of the current state of AI technology that is available. So those became the factors to prioritize these use cases. And based on that, we basically scored scored these use cases and prioritized them. Also looking at where other technology components would be enhancing. Once we did that, helped us create a list of use cases, which we then went and create our roadmap for those which we went ahead and implemented.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sohail. Clemens, do you have another question?
I have two more questions, and from the audience, we also already received a couple of questions. But I'm now thinking, you mentioned the AI first strategy, and that the government has sectoral strategies in all the different government departments, for example. What I remember is one key metric or KPI that you had was, let's say, the happiness level. So you're measuring the happiness of the citizens when they have like a consumer public service, or when they take a public transport with RTA and so on. Could you give us a little bit of an insight how well did this project go, and what were the learnings out of this happiness indicator?
If you in fact go to the Dubai Digital Authority's website also, you'll get a lot of details on the happiness meter that we developed. So initially it was, again, those happy face or a smiley or a sad face or a indifferent face. We started with all digital channels, where once a service is delivered to you, the widget would come up and you will rate how that experience was. And then you can actually drill down into further details and providing feedback also. And then from we actually implemented this across all physical channels. So now all digital or physical channels, you have this happiness meter that is available pretty much any place you go to get a service in Dubai. You will see either this a tablet with the three-face smiley and the sad face and the indifferent face, or pretty much all across all of our digital channels, you'll see this. This became the single most important factor in how we evaluated the citizen services and our performance. My department eventually gets evaluated on one of the major KPIs. What was the happiness score? I get evaluated on my contribution to the happiness score of my department. we have taken this to an extreme that when the police officer finds you and you actually go out to pay that fine, the happiness meter shows up how happy you were in paying that fine. So the whole idea is that how good that experience was and how we have catered to the needs. So this is one of the most important pillar of how we are delivering government services, that we kind of value the experience of the citizen, how seamless, how frictionless that is. And more importantly, what AI will enable us that instead of being reactive to certain data or certain requirements, we actually can be proactive. Why can't I, based on open data that I'm getting, know certain requirements of a certain type of persona, and then use AI to provide those services before a person actually needs it? So, that is the approach when we start imagining some of the future use cases.
Great. Thank you very much for sharing this information. I also find it very interesting because, as you might have noticed, it's very difficult for the large IT companies to get any feedback from the physical world. This is why, for example, Google Maps start to ask you random questions like how full was the train, or how was the service in that restaurant, or can you enter, let's say, if you're disabled, if you have a walking disability, and so on. And the government or the city are one of the very few entities which can make this end-to-end, like bridge the gap between the virtual and the physical world. Maybe one last question from our side before we switch to the questions from the audience. You mentioned before the digital authority and the Dubai government. They always have, let's say, very ambitious goals, like the paperless government, which was, let's say, went live in December of last year. What about emerging tech? So what is the goal and the approach here in the next 4 to 5 years, and like what comes after the paperless government?
See, as I said, what do we seek to do, right? In fact, my organization used to be called Smart Dubai, and our role was working on digitization or making the government smart and providing smart services in addition to the smart city. We actually reorganized ourselves very recently, almost a year ago, where we became Digital Dubai as the name of the organization. And the mandate, went beyond just government services. So now, basically, it's the digital life in Dubai. Digital economy becomes a very key part of it. Digital literacy, digital living. So, those are all very critical parts of what my organization is now responsible for. And so it's general life in Dubai. And it all boils down to the same thing. A business operating in Dubai, a business wanting to come to operate in Dubai, individual or an investor coming to Dubai, a tourist coming to Dubai, freelancer wanting to work remotely in Dubai. So for each of these personas, to look at what are their journeys, and take those journeys end to end and make it very frictionless and very seamless. Take out any friction from these journeys. So that is what we seek to do as government. That is what we can do day in and day out to keep on improving each of these journeys. Now, if you were to ask me this question 6-7 years ago, digital and mobile and mobility would have been the main emerging tech, and I would have said that we are going to harness this to provide you a very seamless, paperless experience, everything done through a mobile or a smartphone. We achieved that today. The tools that are enabling us to provide better services are open data. We have a very good open data law that we put in place a few years back. Use that open data, then of course AI and blockchain IoT, 5G or 6G. So these are going to help us create the cognitive city experience for the buyer. But at the end of the day, it is going to be those citizen journeys, those business journeys, how those will become very seamless and frictionless. That is going to be the driving force or the objective. Blockchain or AI or other emerging tech are going to allow us to disrupt the current models, which we'll keep on doing.
Thank you very much. I mean, one question from the audience that directly interlinks to what we've heard. The one thing is, of course, all you have built already and the path going forward. And for that, of course, the resource question. Of course, one needs financial resources, but also human talent, still human talent, even though we're talking about AI and the future of machines. So the UAE is, of course, very well known also internationally as a large investor. And the audience's question tips to the point is, how is UAE fostering AI talent? So how do you attract talent? How do you build talent? What's the strategy here?
Well, we don't have to do anything about it. We have robots here that do everything for us now. AI does everything itself now for us. I'm just kidding.
Almost.
That's the correct answer at an AI conference.
The machines have taken over already, so you don't have to worry about it. No, it's a very important question, and that's a very important challenge also. A lot that we are trying to achieve is dependent on human talent. And like every place else, like Austria, like Europe, everybody is actually competing for that talent, right? That is exactly what Dubai or UAE is also doing. We have other dynamic economies in the region, in our neighborhood, which are vying, competing for that talent. And we have a global competition and global shortage of that talent. So that certainly is going to be there always. And the challenge and the execution is how to attract that talent, and not only that, how to attract and nurture that talent, but more importantly, how to actually groom and build on this. So digital literacy in our case becomes a very key building pillar of our strategy, where how organically we develop our youth, we educate them, and we bring them into these areas where they can be major contributor while we are attracting other talent from outside. I mean, UAE is a bit unique than many other places in the world where the majority of the constituents living in the city of Dubai are expatriates, not the local population. I mean, that ratio is maybe about 10 to 15% of locals and remaining expatriates. So it's even a bigger challenge in Dubai to be that attractive to the expatriates that they choose Dubai to be their home versus any place else in the world. So until the machines take over, this is going to be a challenge, right? And if you want to know when exactly will the machines take over, Clemens will answer that.
When the machines take over, we go on vacation, so it will be.
Actually, asking an Austrian question is a little bit dangerous, but according to the Terminator, usually the Terminator movies, Skynet already took over. So because
we just don't know.
I think it's in the very first movie. It's around the year 1997 or something. So we're way past that point already. There's actually one final question I would like to take from the audience, because it's going in the direction, where can people which are interested what's going on in the AI space in Dubai and the UAE, where can they learn about it? Like, are there portals that you can recommend, or are there special entities, or are there groups and so on?
So there's a lot of areas, no one portal, but UAE is very unique versus a lot of other places in the world, where we actually have a minister of AI. Very interesting. I mean, if you allow me to take a tangent, we also have a minister of happiness. and we have a minister of the future. So this is because UAE is a very, we realize that to compete, to go to the next level, we have to be very innovative. And we have given the due importance to that. So while Ministry of Future is planning on the future scenarios and what should Dubai, UAE be doing, how to react, same is the case with Minister of AI, where they are looking at and kind of in a way providing leadership to these how to our AI strategy, the way forward with regards to AI. There is the Dubai Future Foundation and the Center of a Fourth Industrial Revolution. So that would be one place to get to know about what is happening. Dubai Digital Authority being again another source. Our website, digitaldubai.ai, is definitely a source of a lot of what is happening in this space, a lot of our initiatives. And then certainly Googling the Ministry of AI and what they are doing.
I mean, I think you put it very perfectly, and you're the perfect speaker to kind of like conclude our first day, because the one thing that we learned during our questions and during our keynote with you is the opportunity-driven approach. So seeing it as an opportunity, going, doing things, testing things, looking at it from a beneficial perspective, how can we create impact? And there is kind of like one thing that stuck to my mind from my visit in Dubai. It was a picture of the Sheikh in the Innovation Center, and the quote, the future belongs to those who create it. So let's create opportunities for networking internationally and nationally during this conference today and tomorrow, by using the B2B matchmaking tool, by reaching out to our speakers, of course, then potentially afterwards reviewing the keynotes and kind of like keeping all the opportunities in mind that came up already today. And
I fully agree with you that this readiness, preparedness, and this kind of collaboration is what actually humanity, what we need actually move forward, right? I don't know how others see it, but my personal opinion, I see a major success on how mankind actually overcame the COVID-19 scare, right? Were the possibilities of how horrible it could have been by using the technology at hand and a real collaborative effort. I think the outcome was far better than what it could have been.
Very true, very true. I fully agree with you on that point, yes.
Thank you.
So thank you very much for joining, Dr. Sohail. And I heard you might come to Vienna soon, so hopefully we can also meet in person when you're here. It's summer, but I think in Dubai, in terms of temperature, you would perceive it like winter because it's just so.
I look forward to that. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, and enjoy your day. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So this brings us to the end of the day number 1, but just when it comes to this room and to the live stream, you already mentioned the B2B meetings and the networking platform. If I look at the watch, in 3 minutes, the keynotes will start. For those of you which have applied for a workshop, please make sure that you log in with the correct URL. You see it on B2Match, because for the interactive sessions, we need to use a different platform than YouTube or LinkedIn, because YouTube and LinkedIn are not exactly so interactive. So please make sure that you head over to the right location. And for those of you which have not yet booked a workshop or a B2B meeting, please check on B2Match your invitations. And yeah, with that, please enjoy the networking and see you tomorrow. Tomorrow we start from 9 o'clock Central European Summertime.
True, a little bit earlier.
Great. Thank you.
See you tomorrow and have a nice afternoon. Thank you for
Bye.
joining.